It's a show. Yeah, this is my first of hearing of this one. Midnight Mass. Oh yeah, somebody said Gothica before. Gothica, that was a weird movie for me. That was a weird movie. That was a weird movie for me because like I watched the whole thing and I don't remember hating it, but it was a weird movie.
You don't like gratuitous violence in horror movies, Baron? People be getting messed up. Saw definitely people getting messed up. So I mean, you probably feel the same way about like Final Destination movies, then, huh?
I think the Final Destination movies are great. I enjoy those because it is. I enjoy any movie that puts humanity against a larger than life foe. Something where it's like it's a great equalizer and there's really nothing you can do about it. You know?
That's the thing I encounter. Like, I don't like movies where there's like the odds are insurmountable. You know, like with Final Destination is like literally it's the concept of death,
Yeah,
and
you
it's like
keep
if it's your time, if it's coming for you, it's coming for you. And every movie has like, oh, well, you just have to defeat it by doing this, and
you
then
have to
you're
be
wrong.
defeat death's design, right? But it
Yeah,
always
like nah.
circles back for you is the thing. See, old girl was good because she put herself in that at a sane asylum, but she had to come out for one more round, and then it's like, oh,
Yeah, as soon as she came out,
you
you're like,
thought I
oh,
forgot about
oh,
you?
you ain't forgot. Yeah, blowed up. Like, all
Blown up.
right, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think as a like the first one, I think the first one, uh, because the idea was something that was fairly new. I think it was okay.
Mm-hmm.
It definitely fucked people up. That first and that second one, it fucked people up
That
with
second
planes and
movie.
getting on the on the road behind the car,
Listen,
behind the
that's
truck with logs
that.
on it.
I think the second movie is actually more legendary than the first one because of that highway scene. Because that had everybody messed up. That had
Yeah.
everybody messed up. Because we've
As it is,
all
bro. I already don't like being behind too close to trucks and stuff. But then I
one
saw
and
that
one
and I was
carrying
like,
those
yeah, man.
giant logs, and we've all been there behind a truck carrying some huge cargo, and you're just like, man, if these cables snap, we are cooked.
Yeah, you got folded up.
Yeah,
That log came straight through that windshield.
Final Destination 2 is like it's another one of those instances where the sequel is actually like better received than the original.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Only thing I don't like is they killed the main character off screen from the first
Yeah.
movie. I didn't like that.
But you know, it has to come around again because I
He
always
died. He died lame. He got a brick fell on him. Damn Mario brick fell on his head. Like, all right, man. That's all y'all got for me.
Yeah.
People get messed up. That man slipped on that spaghetti and that damn fire escape fell through his face.
Yeah, right in his eye. Done. Like dang, it's those little messed up ways that people go. That girl at the eye doctor, hers was rough.
I don't like anything dealing with eyes, man. That should be getting me. I hate that stuff. Anything dealing with eyes or like even like it's like if a person getting tortured in the movie and then like they start fucking up their knees or something like that, I'm like don't do that, man. Why are you doing that?
Yeah,
I
it's
haven't
tough.
seen that, Bear. I haven't seen Prisoners.
Smile? I've only heard about Smile. Isn't it
I've
like a
heard about it.
game?
I've watched like some YouTube videos about Smile.
Mm-hmm.
No, it's essentially the idea behind Smile is that a person basically commits suicide in front of you or something, and then like you are essentially cursed,
Mm.
and it kind of follows you around until it eventually kills you too.
Oh,
And the
that's
only
an.
way
Mhm.
to kind of pass off the curse is to get somebody else to kill themselves in front of somebody else. It's like you get traumatized or something. I don't know,
It is kind
but
of a messed up game.
yeah,
Okay.
yeah, because like it's one of those psychological type of deals you're dealing with,
You reminded me of another
and
movie, It Follows. So people really love that movie. I haven't seen it.
Hugh Jackman's daughter goes missing. He goes on a tirade trying to find her, and the cop assigned to her case is trying to find her. before the dad does. Sound a little similar to Taken.
Taken, yeah. I got a special set of skills, man. I have a particular set of skills. I will find you.
Taken, that was enjoyable. That's a Father's Day movie right there.
Yeah, buddy. They messed with the wrong one. You taking my baby girl? Nah.
Yeah, that boy Liam Neeson said, I'm about to put hands on every one of y'all boys.
Yes, sir. That call is still funny to me. He's like, listen, they are going to take you.
They gonna get you. She was like, huh? Like, listen, you better take down as much information, as much details as you can. They gonna get you. And they snatch her from up under that bed.
Pulled her from under that bed. Yeah. Like,
Yeah. I felt him in that movie too, because he was like, man, I don't want you going abroad doing this stuff, man. Don't you know I travel the world for a living? These people out here will snatch your ass up. And then he fell out, he divorced from his damn wife because of that stuff, and all that just for him to be right in the end. But then her dumb ass died in the sequel.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I thought the first couple Saw movies was decent.
Which one was the one with the tanning bed? I think that was 3. I think that was Final Destination 3. That might be the same movie that had that dude that got stuck in the pump in the pool. And so he was, stuck by that crazy pressure until he got basically his whole insides got sucked through the thing. Oh man, that was he got Friday the 13th, or not Friday the 13th. He got a Nightmare on Elm Street.
Yeah, the deaths in these movies, they just turn into like Looney Tune deaths after a while. The way people be going out.
I ain't gonna lie though, it was that 2-for-1 where the reporter woman got taken out because the airbag took her right into that jagged thing. I'm like, man, why didn't you get your butt out the car? And then that same scene, the fence from that same explosion bisected dude that was just chilling there.
I saw the first new Doom movie. I didn't see the sequel to it. And I know very little about Doom because I didn't read the books or nothing from Frank Herbert.
I saw the older Dune movies.
Knowledge came. I didn't even see those.
Those were funny to me because the language. I mean, it's straight out of the books and everything, right? But the language just had me cracking up, man. They're like, the spice must flow. I'm just like, yeah, spice must flow. And then they kept talking about, I will spill your waters to the sand, boy. Keep talking to me. I got it, man.
Boy, that cinnamon. It's everything.
Devour the sour power of dual-flavored gumminess.
Trolley, eat me!
What a hotel.
Right? And only $250 a night for my favorite site. What?
You didn't check Trivago.
I got mine for $155. You have to check Trivago.
Oh yeah? Prove it.
On Trivago, you can compare hotel prices from multiple different sites.
Even your favorite one.
Look, same hotel, $100 less.
You didn't check Trivago?
I didn't check Trivago.
Check Trivago to compare prices and save up to 40%. Hotel? Trivago.
Join Team Rocket or battle them. Play with courage in the Pokemon trading card game Scarlet and Violet, Destined Rivals. Each booster pack of 10 cards sold separately. Cards vary by pack.
At Now, we believe the test of a high-quality supplement is testing. Test after test after test, 31,000 tests every month to ensure we're giving you the highest quality supplements available at the best price possible. Now, 31,000 reasons to feel good spending less.
You turn into a big old worm. It's very weird, but it laid the groundwork for a lot of the stuff that you see. And a lot of the sci-fi stuff today.
I don't like people stepping on nails or whatever. You'd hate the Saw movies then because they get jacked up all kinds of ways.
You hate Home Alone. You see Harry ass in that basement.
Yeah.
He tried to go up those steps. He stepped on that needle. Stupid. My thing is eyes, man. Anytime somebody get poked in the eye or something like that,
Yeah, it's tough.
like even in like Dead Space and shit, you fuck up on the little thing with the eyeball and it's like death.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Dead Space got some crazy KOs in that game, man. Like that one timed event where that thing has grabbed your legs, and if you can't shoot them and shake them off in time, you get dragged in that little hole. Just shake it around before you get pulled in there. Dead Space is such a good game, man.
Yeah. Speaking of Dead Space and horror movies, yeah, Event Horizon, I thought that was a pretty good premise. I just don't think the movie had a chance to really flourish the way they could have.
I agree. I think Event Horizon is a good movie, though. I think it's a good movie.
I like it.
Yeah, it just
I
didn't
feel
reach its potential.
It was held back.
Yeah,
from reaching its full potential. Yeah.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah, I mentioned Home Alone for Nelly Baron. She talking about she don't want nobody stepping on needles.
No needles, no nails, any of that. I'm like, all right, yeah, you just can't watch that.
Bro should have been dead. Cause he's too afraid to watch Home Alone. Ain't nothing scary about Home Alone, people. You talking about? But really, he should have been dead. That iron fell on his head. He should have been dead right there, or at the very least, that's a concussion.
Yeah, those traps actually probably would have killed those burglars, man. One of them had him electrocuted, and he was dead there.
You got electrocuted. All kind of stuff. Yeah, he was showing a little cartoon, even with the fro, little cartoon skeleton. Yeah, realistically, they would have been dead.
Yeah. Police would have showed up and then found out that a little boy had murdered these two intruders. Oh, The Thing? Nah, Thing is a good movie. You talking about John Carpenter's The Thing?
The original, yeah.
That was one of the movies that messed me up because of the practical effects. And the first time you see that giant alien, that big old head, nah,
that's how
man.
we got on this whole subject was the practical effects.
Yeah,
that's a lost art, damn near.
Well, there you'd be surprised. Like I'm always surprised. I'm thinking, okay, this is the first time they made this movie. Like, no, it's a remake. I'm like, dang, we've been doing remakes for decades. Like, yeah, we've been doing remakes for decades.
Yeah, you're not really getting you're not topping The Thing.
Yeah, that was messed up, man.
Kurt Russell.
That was messed up.
I saw people actually online on Twitter this week talking about how come The Thing didn't have no women in it. I'm like, man, shut up, bro. What are you talking about? What you talking about, man? Shut up. Yeah, that's not the original. But then there was another, they had did like a remake and that shit was ass. Like a more modern one.
Yeah, I think once you get too far from the era that the movie was made from, the film techniques and the ideas just aren't going to mesh with like the old movie anymore. And then your only hope at that point is, okay, well, let's make a completely modernized version of it. But then your modernized version completely misses the point of the original.
Mm-hmm. Some things is better just left out where they were in the past. Because like, I mean, people want to modernize it, and in doing so, they want to try and take away what made the originals. Like it take away all the charm.
Yeah.
Because a lot of it has to do with the time period in which it was made. So like, yeah, I prefer it this way than to just have it be like, oh, we got a modern version of this in a modern setting. I don't want that, man.
Nobody does.
I don't want that.
They pitched the idea. They're like, oh.
Like you kind of have to reinvent it and take a whole new approach with it.
Yeah, but you ain't that good. These filmmakers,
like, even with the Alien movies, like a big part of what I liked about the Alien movies is like the retro futuristic aesthetic that they had.
Yeah.
But then as time went on, like that kind of changed, and then they try to kind of bring it back to that in the newer movies. But it was like, yeah, this is how we thought futuristic stuff looked back then in like the 80s, and now our idea of what something like that in the future will look like it's a little bit different.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I like the way the stuff in Prometheus looked a lot. Which is why again I just wish it was its own thing.
Yeah, that's
You
how
had to be
everybody
tied
feels.
to the alien, man.
Yeah.
Tying it to alien, you limited what that movie could be.
I watched a movie where like an alien something, like a alien organism or alien whatever. I think it was called the Shimmer or something like that, or at least the thing that they went into is called the Shimmer or something. But yeah,
Were they in a town and it was like a cosmic horror level kind of thing where reality was getting warped?
yeah, and so you had aliens in there that it would or monsters. You had animals in there that had merged together, and it had changed all the
merging with nature and stuff.
Yeah, I forget what that movie is called, but I thought that was okay.
I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
And everybody that went in there got messed up.
It's kind of like the movie The Void. There's that, which is like a kind of a cosmic horror thing.
Is it called Annihilation? I don't know.
I think it is. That sounds right.
Okay.
Let me look it up.
Because I know there's another movie where a team.
Yeah.
Oh, it's called Annihilation? Okay.
Yeah, with Natalie Portman.
Okay, dope. Because I know there's another movie where an alien ship shows up and then they spend the movie trying to communicate with it. Like trying to crack the code of how to actually communicate with the thing in there. And that's it. That's like the whole movie, I think.
Yeah, I know what movie that is too.
Oh, The Arrival. Okay, Arrival.
Yeah, The Arrival. Yeah, they had a weird language, and they had some specialists or somebody come in there.
Mm-hmm.
They was about to basically fuck that situation up. But the whole movie was about like how do we decipher this shit. Yeah, that was a decent movie. The Void was a decent movie.
Same director as Prisoners. Yeah, but outside of that, there hasn't really been any like new horror movies that I've been like chomping at the bit to go see. I'm like, because I like horror stuff. It's just stuff ain't
I generally
scary
don't see
anymore.
them in theaters because it's just like a horror movie to me is just like it really can be like a hit or miss situation. And I know the kind of stuff I like.
Yeah.
So it's like it's going to have to really kind of pique my interest. But I'll only really know.
Link me, Baron. Link me to weapons trail. Oh wait, no, I did see that. That's the thing I was trying to think of this whole time, and then you said it, and then I was gonna come to it, but we were talking about something else. Yeah, that's a new movie coming out, and it's the one where all the kids from that class disappear, right? Like they're just all gone, but then when the kids show up, they're just trying to murk everybody. Okay. Yeah.
This is Weapons you talking about?
Yeah, that's a good trail. You should watch that. You should watch that trailer, Nuri. I'm actually kind of interested in that one. Here. It's like the whole movie, I think.
Yeah, I know what movie that is too.
Oh, The Arrival. Okay, Arrival.
Yeah, The Arrival. Yeah, they had a weird language, and they had some specialists or somebody come in there.
Mm-hmm.
They was about to basically fuck that situation up. But the whole movie was about like how do we decipher this shit. Yeah, that was a decent movie. The Void was a decent movie.
Same director as Prisoners. Yeah, but outside of that, there hasn't really been any like new horror movies that I've been like chomping at the bit to go see. I'm like, because I like horror stuff. It's just stuff
I
ain't
generally
scary
don't see him in
anymore.
theaters because it's just like a horror movie to me is just like really is can be like a hit or miss situation. And I know the kind of stuff I like,
Yeah.
so it's like it's gonna have to really kind of pique my interest. But I'll only really know.
Link me, Baron. Link me to weapons trail. Oh wait, no, I did see that. That's the thing I was trying to think of this whole time, and then you said it, and then I was gonna come to it, but we were talking about something else. Yeah, that's a new movie coming out, and it's the one where all the kids from that class disappear, right? Like they're just all gone, but then when the kids show up, they're just trying to murk everybody. Okay. Yeah.
This is weapons you talking about?
Yeah, that's a good trail. You should watch that. You should watch that trailer, Nuri. I'm actually kind of interested in that one. I'm kind of interested in that one. And it sucks for that teacher because like they're putting the blame on this one teacher. It's like, what did you do with our kids? Where are our children? It's just like she had nothing to do with it, man. At least I think she didn't. Yeah, outside of that, like the only kind of horror stuff that I'm even remotely interested in looking at are, things that heavily deal with like, the beyond, like a supernatural or some kind of cosmic horror or some sort of like larger than life kind of situation. Those are the only things that I can even think of that basically it has to it has to hit psychologically. Cuz like typical standard fare horror stuff, it's just not doing it, man. Like it's just nothing out there that's going to scare me. There's nothing that's scary
I
anymore.
like the horror stuff that deals with big ideas.
Yeah.
And like it's not always a situation where they have to come out on top, but it's just one of those things that kind of get you kind of thinking a little bit. Those seem to be the ones that I enjoy the most. I don't really care for anything that's just like, and also this is kind of the reason why like with the new Final Destination stuff, or like even with Saw, after a while, it's just like it gets to a point where it's just like it's just gratuitous violence for the sake of violence. That's the point of the movie, and it's like it's not really enough to interest me.
Well, they call it torture.
A movie can
porn.
it can be violent, but if that's really the selling point, then that's not enough for me. Not to see it in theaters anyhow. I ain't spending money for that. I'd watch that at home.
I think that's fair enough, though. Like, definitely not something that's going to get me to go to the theater. Look, the only thing that's going to get me to go back to the theater is the next Mario movie, potentially. That's the only time I'll come out of my cave again to go see a movie in a theater.
I prefer watching movies at home. I'm not a theater person. I'm sorry, man.
Yeah,
I know some people like the theater experience, but
I agree with you. I think my theater days are over.
I like watching movies in the comfort of my own home. I got a big enough TV. I think I'm good. All I need is to just be able to get up, pause it, go to the bathroom or something. I feel like you can't beat that, man. Like you gotta sit in the theater, you gotta be with other folks, and it's just like, I gotta get up and drive. Oh, I'm lazy. I don't want to be bothered with nothing these days.
Honestly, the only way you're gonna get me back to the theater is if we are out at like a convention or something, and it just coincides with, an interesting movie coming out, and that's gonna be the thing we do like after the convention day is over.
Because you out with friends, so
yeah. Matter of fact,
that changes the dynamic of it.
Yeah, that's how I saw that one movie. This Is the End, and I enjoyed that. I actually enjoyed watching that movie. That movie about it's about the apocalypse, about the Book of Revelations end game situation, the rapture. I enjoyed that movie. Yeah, it's a good movie, man. We went to go see that. I think when we were at 8X, I want to say.
Yeah, seeing movies with friends is the best way to see movies, I think. Because even if the movie's ass, you can still have fun.
Yeah, he's having a good time, laughing at whatever. let's go put these sparkles on this guy and do the Gaussian blur thing, and then I think I will be done with this guy. Let me clean up these.
Call it a night.
Mm-hmm.
I see you. I see you.
Be up bright and early so we can do it all over again.
Yeah. I actually got up super early this morning and I decided to take my butt back to bed. Like I'm starting to get my farmer schedule back on.
Yeah, I mean, look, I feel like if I get up early, I might as well just stay up and try and find a way to be productive.
I determined that I didn't think I got enough rest, so I'm like, yeah, because what I don't want to do is I don't want to get up and it's like a false start, and then after a couple hours, I feel like I need a nap or something like that.
Tired, yeah.
Yeah,
You
and I
do
can
late streams and stuff too.
Yeah, and I can go against that, right? I can stay up until it gets like 12 or something at night, but I don't like the feeling of sort of like lagging through the day,
Yeah.
No,
You feeling like trash.
Yeah.
Feeling groggy. And
Yeah.
I don't like to try and tank it with coffee or anything like that. That doesn't make me feel better.
No.
So
Performance enhancing drugs, Nuri. They're gonna catch up to you.
They don't enhance performance though.
No, they don't. Yeah, so I agree. I think it's better for the sleep schedule to I think it's better to just make sure you got enough sleep before you get up and get that start or whatever, and definitely try not to do anything crazy with your schedule if you can avoid it. Right. Sometimes you end up there.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes you just got to do it. You got to pull an all-nighter or something if it's work related. But
yeah,
on normal occasions, I prefer to just go to bed at a reasonable hour.
I respect it. I got up at 7 my time today. I'm like, nope, that's not gonna work. 7, that's too early. We going back to sleep.
That's normal for me.
Yeah. The time I aim to wake up is like 9:30, 10. That's the time I aim to wake up every day. I think 10 o'clock is like if you don't have to get up and clock in somewhere, I think 10 o'clock is a prime time to wake up and actually start your day. Not just get up and then sit in the bed, like actually get out of the bed and get started.
I used to get up around 10 and 11 when I was younger because I hate getting up early.
Mm-hmm.
But now I'll be getting up 7, 8 o'clock in the morning.
You got childrens, so
yeah,
you got to get up before them babies get up.
Mm-hmm.
Because if you don't, well, they gonna find you, or they gonna get into some mess.
Mm-hmm. Now they out for the summer now, but they still get up early. They still, like, on the weekend, they be getting up at like 8. I'll be like, man, why y'all up, man?
They don't even have Saturday morning cartoons anymore.
Well,
which is sad.
It's no point because now kids can just watch what they want on demand.
That's
so
still
it's like,
still sad, man, when you think about it, right? Can you imagine, like, younger you, like, in the future is gonna be no more Saturday morning cartoons? You'd be like, why? Like, why are they not doing that?
I mean, network television is kind of over with. That whole idea is a thing of the past. Like, my kids don't really understand what it means to just watch TV and sit through commercials. They watch like stream. Well, I mean, I guess they still sit through some like ads on like streaming apps and stuff, but they don't really. They didn't have that experience like we did. Like, you used to get up on Saturday, you sit down, you expect to watch certain shows that come on those days, and then you just kind of go outside after that. Like, we used to do that, eat breakfast and stuff, and then we usually be outside.
Mm-hmm. Mark my words, chat. Is gonna come a day where you're gonna be sitting and watching TV somewhere, right? And you're gonna hear some kid go, "Why aren't we just skipping the ads? Why are we watching them?"
They do that now. Kids do that now.
And then you're just gonna watch yourself. There's gonna come a day where you're gonna.
You know, in elementary school, we just
translate this into Spanish.
tired, and it was in the wrong group.
going to be sitting and watching TV somewhere, right? And you're going to hear some kid go, why aren't we just skipping the ads? Why are we watching them?
They do that now. Kids do that now.
And then you're just going to watch yourself just age in real time, like that one movie. Oh man, I'm trying to remember what that movie is. He had to deal with his older and younger self at the same time. Yeah, you just gonna watch yourself age in real time, man. Like, can't believe this. All right, let's take this over to Photoshop.
All right, I'm about to dip out. Good night, everybody.
Man. Rest easy, nerd. Peace. Okay, chat. We should be coming out of ads about now. Okay, we are out of ads now. All right, chat. We're hopping over to the photo of shops, and Nuri has departed for the night. The ads have claimed him. You missed your chance. People says, I like waking up really early because the moment 10 a.m. hits, for some reason, my brain's like, all right, it's basically the afternoon. The whole day's over. There are some times where like it feels like you get such a late start in the day that you kind of feel like the whole day is washed. I definitely feel like that sometimes. But no, we want to do our best to try and use our time if we can. That would be good. All right, what I want to do here, chat, is I want to reduce the opacity on this because we're going to start bringing over our lighting, our little star lights here. Because we're going to reuse these. Reusing assets is a very old classic move, chat. Okay, so what I want to do is I want to start grabbing these and moving them. So this guy right here. Yeah. And I'm going to start putting these in the positions I want them to go in. Actually, I should just take two of these shapes and just call it a day. Then I can just do the whole process again. Yeah, you know what? I think that's going to be the play. Let's just put these in a place where I can see them. Actually, more than that, let's just cut it and paste it outside of the group. Come on, you rapes! You're on there forever. Hey, Proto Gems and everybody from Proto Gems stream, welcome to mine. I am your friendly neighborhood overlord JC, and I am currently at work doing some special effects stuff for. Oh, why is that on the top? Doing some special effect stuff for the key art that I've already finished, and yeah, we're getting in there. What were you working on stream today? Feel free to share that if you'd like to do so. We'd be happy enough to see it. And if you're tired because you've been streaming and you are hungry and you get something to eat and everything else, please feel free to do so as well. You know, streaming takes it out of you. It's real out there. Okay, I think these are good. Let me grab one more. Got that one, that one. And grab the big one. I made progress on making a cheap asset package for new streamers. Oh, were you doing some design work? Sounds dope. Also, you are doing people a service, a mighty good service. Yeah, people gonna need that. Okay, I think those are good. So I think I can just blow this away. Okay. Yeah, got through all the different types of alerts and didn't quite finish a thank you for watching screen before it got too late. That's still pretty sick, man. Holy. So are you going to then put this up in your shop for people to be able to buy and then kind of like customize it for their own streams? Because you can make some nice dollar reduce that way. Streaming has become a pretty big space, especially when you look at people who want to be VTubers. The VTubing space specifically has exploded. Like, it's insane. PNG tuber is best tuber. What's up, Divine? Each alert and asset has 11 color options for now starting out. Okay. Huge. Yeah, you cooking. I tell you what, man, if you got that stuff, or if you have a shop where you can go put that stuff, you can go ahead and link where people can find that here in this stream. And then if they're interested, they might go ahead and give it a sniff. That's right. Advertising yourself is a-okay in this stream. I have zero issues with that. I have an update for you, JC. Oh, this is nice. Yeah, you can go ahead and call this one a wrap. I like how it looks like it has the holofoil like texture over the top of it.
This summer, we're living loud with sparkling ice and their newest addition to the lineup, Starburst Fruit Punch. It's the bold, juicy burst you love from your favorite candy, now transformed into a bubbly, zero sugar drink. Sparkling ice is full of flavor, vitamins, and antioxidants, and just a little bit extra, like you. With over 17 tasty options, sparkling ice inspires you to live life to its fullest in every flavor-packed, refreshing sip. Check it out on Amazon.com.
This is a technological showcase set in the world of The Witcher 4.
Eddie Human Creator is now fully integrated into Unreal Engine.
You're seeing me live in real time.
Squid Game will be coming to UEFN. It started with an Epic Mega Grant, and it's now a serious contender for Game of the Year.
That Mongil Dive will be exclusively on the Epic Game Store.
5.6 is available today.
Consumer Reports ranks car brands on more than 50 road tests, reliability surveys, owner satisfaction surveys, and safety ratings from IIHS. And for 2025, Consumer Reports' most reliable automotive brand is Subaru. It's no surprise they also named Subaru the best overall automotive brand. Safe, reliable, trusted, loved. Subaru.
Of it too. You know, mainly because you put a lot of like effort into this. Let's see here. Mm-hmm. I'll put the assets together in one, but this will be the shop once I finish. Predictably less than a week. Okay. Nice turnaround time to have that up and running. Looking good, man. I still need to get alert command going. Very cool. I'll go ahead and have a look around there, chat. See if you found anything you like. Appreciate that, man. I appreciate the raid as well, Protogen. Very cool. Well, you guys make yourselves comfortable as I get ready to wrap this one up, and then I'll be adding it to the rest of the composition. Thank you. Let's see, JC, can I get some feedback on this art? Something about the pose and it just feels awkward and stiff, but I can't quite figure it out. Oh, I see. Yeah, honestly, it's because I think you can do a little bit more with the with like the torso here. Right, like you can really push these sort of like these angles. You can go harder with this, right? Because after all, it is like a creature, right? So you can maybe push that curve in. You can pull this part back, right? So it probably just feels stiff because as flexible and as hard as you can have like some of these curves go, yours is a little bit more conservative. So it feels like, in essence, they're just like tucked in. Now I get that they're sort of like praying, right? I get there's sort of like a prayer thing going. So like one hand's like this and then the others are like doing this. So two different kinds of like prayer hand positions. And I think those are great, right? I think that part is fine. Yeah, but just really take advantage of, you know, that flexibility in that space. And I think you're probably going to fall in love with this a lot more. What's up, chair dude guy? Divine says, I'm wondering how I stack up against Final Fantasy Quetzalcoatl design. Let me see that. Hate when stuff goes down the wrong pipe. These are great things to look at to draw some some inspiration from. Really, the only thing that separates these from yours is just the that's just the execution. Your idea is cool. It just really matters about the actual execution, and that's like a technical thing that you'll have to continue to work on improving over time, right? So definitely nothing to knock your design over. Yep, just exaggerate the pose some more. Experiment with that, because you can. What's up, hold the door? That would be terrifying to meet in an alley. I'm wondering how to get things to look that clean. So you tend to favor things that have a little bit more tooth and grit in the look. That's what I've seen from your stuff, Divine. If you want your stuff to get that clean, all you really need to do is just clean up your work. So very clean, very immaculate edges. All your colors like self-contained in their spaces. So you're gonna have to do line work, like clean line work. So as an example, your line work needs to be, well, something like this, right? I mean, you can have a little bit more of a no, this looks like it was pretty much done with a standard round brush. Yeah, actually, this was done with a standard round brush, and then they used they either made or they used a snake scale texture brush or pattern to do this. So here's the line work. Then they applied a sort of like the values. They definitely applied the values on a different layer. So the shadows and the highlights are on two different layers. So they probably did the values on the wings and everything. Then they applied the texture after the fact. And then just a little bit of polish here and there. And that's what they did for that. And then this is Tetsuya Nomura, I think. I think this is Tetsuya Nomura, because this is Final Fantasy VIII, right? And with this, again, the edges are clean. Yeah, this is just a matter of like cleaning the edges and then having clean, smooth value transitions, right? So instead of like leaving all of that, you know, rough tooth and grit in here, instead it's going to be a lot more controlled, a lot more like airbrush blended, right? And then you're just going to go from there, just painting to basically form the volume of the item, which again, that's not hard to do either, right? If you want to do a quick experiment to test for that, you can take a drawing, you can or trace something really quick, and then you can try painting in that same way, like blending in that same way, and see if you can't create those same like volumes just to get yourself acquainted with it. You can try that. But yeah, the fastest way to learn something is to get in there and experiment and try it yourself. You didn't learn much from the study when you did it before? Well, the idea is while you're doing the study, you're observing what you're doing. So you're not just mindlessly copying it, because that doesn't really accomplish anything, right? When you're sitting and doing the study, you want to look at how it feels for you to create that same kind of work. Like what did you pick up about the process of making something that looks like that? Because anyone can just copy something, right? Like any of us can do that. A lot of smudge tool. Okay. Let's see one of your studies actually. You've done a study to learn something. Let's see a study that you did plus the original. You happen to have any of that handy? You have any of that floating around that you saved? Studies are typically, you know, things we just keep to ourselves. That much I know. Okay. Yeah, if you have one, see if you can share the side by side. Or just both of them. If you just have both of them, that's good enough. All right, hold the door. Rest easy, Hodor. You point a gun at people, tell them to stay. Don't you dare leave. I don't know. Looks like a real gun to me. Get this. No, actually, let me get this other one. Okay, one more for good measure. And I'll see how I feel about these, and I'll reduce the number. Dun, 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 dun. Okay, so we got those on there. And then I can get rid of the ones that are in the original. Dun, 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 dun. I'm gonna group all these together because I don't feel like.
Do you like a banana?
Like a banana. Holy.
Gotta go fast, my dude.
Animate Sam with the 100 banana slices. I don't know how many bananas that is. Thank you so much for the 100 bits. Animate Sam. Appreciate you. Everybody's getting their potassium. All right, let's take a look at this. Okay. All right, so here's your study. And then here's the original. So this is a really good study, man. It's 1-to-1. Like, you nailed it. Yu-Gi-Oh card art. You did a fantastic job on this one. And so you copied this, you emulated this, right? But when you did it, you weren't like really paying much attention to I guess you weren't paying much attention to what it took for you to do this, but what you put into this is what you'd have to do to make something be clear, because this is it. This is the look. This is the look of the other like work that you showed, right? Look, same kind of line quality, same sort of like contained blended shadows as what you did here. This is it. You just have to repeat this. You just have to do this again, right? So you can do it. We know you can do it. Now you just have to get into the habit of using these same techniques to blend and get this stuff as smooth as it is in your own work. That's it. That's literally the only thing you have to do. Just do it for your own work. That's it. You know how to do it. You use the smudge tool to do all this stuff, right? Or your blending brush. Well, it's literally the same thing. Leave these out as an example, right? Leave this out as an example of, okay, this is the kind of coloring. This is the kind of coloring that I want to accomplish, and then apply it to anything you're doing. So as an example, if you were to draw your snake character, you'd want to approach your snake character with the same kind of lighting that you did on this arm, right? You see how the light is hitting here? It's a rounded form. So this is the apex point. This is the highest point. This is the point that is facing the light directly. So it's hitting it. And then as you go around this rounded form or this shape, the light falls off, and then you get more of a shadow, right? So this is it. This is what you do. So yeah, you can do it. Now you just need to actually try this kind of coloring on your own work if you want to have cleaner stuff like that, right? So yeah, you can do it. You absolutely can do it. There is no doubt in my mind that you can create an image with the same level of crispness and quality that this one has. There's zero doubt in my mind you can do it. Your skill level is more than qualified to do it. You just have to do it. Yeah, great work, man. Jarvis, zoom and enhance. Hey, what's up, Harlan? What's up, Draco Buster? Did you get a chance to look at the animation? No, actually, we didn't even get a chance to look at it. We got too distracted with work. With the work that we're doing. But I did see the link, so now we have access to that. So I'll actually get a chance to take a look at it here. Matter of fact, maybe I can look at it before I wrap up stream today. So look at your finished student like grad work, I guess. So Draco Buster finished school. They're actually done with school, and they have a full animation to show for that. Draco, how long is your animation?
Devour the solid power of dual-flavored gumminess.
Trolley, eat me!
What a hotel.
Right? And only $250 a night for my favorite site. What?
You didn't check Trivago.
I got mine for $155. You have to check Trivago.
Oh yeah? Prove it.
On Trivago, you can compare hotel prices from multiple different sites.
Even your favorite one.
Look, same hotel, $100 less.
You didn't check Trivago.
I didn't check Trivago.
Check Trivago to compare prices and save up to 40%. Hotel? Trivago.
I don't wanna sit around and listen to the same songs.
How can I be greater? Go further. Live fuller. Speak bolder. Dream bigger. Spend smarter. Save greater. Start earning greater at ozk.com or a branch near you. Bank OZK. Greater awaits.
By the way, if you remember off the top of your head. It's the creating it that makes the difference. Well, you'll have to do the same thing when you create it, right? You can do your sketch, and then after you finish your sketch, just remember to do a clean line work pass. Because the line work does play a role in the appearance or the way that the work looks. You just keep me dancing. What you doing? What you do to me? It's only about like 2 minutes, and the credits are like 20 seconds. Oh no, this isn't an original character. This is well, it's not my original character, I should say. This is for a game. So the character's name is Rin, and this is for a game called Starlight Revolver, which is a roguelike. And it's a pretty fast-paced 4-player game. You all get to do dungeon runs together, and you can pick one of 4 characters to do it. It plays with that overhead view similar to like Diablo. And outside of that, yeah, it has lobbies, and you can join up with the squad, challenge dungeons. There's alternate colors, and probably new costumes for your characters as well. And so yeah, they tasked me with doing some key art. So this is the that's the full piece right here. And now the key art is done. I'm coming back and I'm doing. They want me to do some special effects for all the characters. So that's essentially what we're doing here. We're just adding the special effects, and then that's pretty much it. Yeah, this guy's green, and he's basically a Sentai, character, and he has so he has all that dragon energy, right? So you can see him right here. This is the character. And this is the view of the game. So they're going through all of his different moves, and this is what I was looking at, by the way. He gives me Genji vibes from Overwatch. Probably because of the green dragon. By the way, that blade that he's using, that blade, when it's put together with the with kind of like that shield, it makes that railgun. So he has kind of a transforming weapon. Yeah, there it is. So it's pretty dope. I like his moves and stuff. Need to get back to art and work on an illustration? Yeah, that's what's up, man. Yes, yes you do, Harlan. I agree. You are right, Mr. Fettuccine. I'm going to keep making references that you guys will never get in a million years. I don't know what's wrong with me, but I keep doing it. Okay, so we got that, and then we have all these as well. So, what I want to do now is I want to color these. I'm going to save this because I want to see if I can do this in a batch. I want to see if I can do these in a batch. Okay, so what I want to do is I actually want to merge all these together. Actually, no, that won't work because then when I want to make the smaller version that fits inside, it's just not going to happen. It's not going to fit. Darn. Okay. All right, well, that's fine. We just go through and we color these all one by one. Happy 77th birthday. Oh, I'm much older than that. Much older than that, my friend. I'm not going to keep that big one there. I just want to start going down the line. I'm not even going to try and pick out which is which. I'm just going to do this until I get all of them. Anime Sam says, learned today that one should never save a Clip Studio Paint file with vector art as a Photoshop file. It'll rasterize it all. Oh yeah, that's unfortunate. GG's. Okay, so now we have that going for us. All right, so the next thing we need to do is we need to apply some lighting to this. Actually, the real question is, do I really need to do that? Do I really need to do what I did with these sparkles? Yeah, actually, I think it would look good if I did that. At least for a few of them. Hey, what's up, Ice? No, I'm a couple thousand years old, man. Comes with the territory of being an overlord. You become long-lived. But that also means you get to sit through a lot of foolishness over the ages. Which devil fruit in One Piece would you eat? Dude, I'm eating the elastic. Or the, I guess it's one of the Zoans. I guess we found out now that it's actually one of the legendary devil fruit. So, that explains why Luffy is also busted. But yeah, I'm definitely eating the gum fruit, dude. I would not mind having Luffy's abilities. I can make that work. Dark would be cold too. Oh, snap. Cute is what you are. Yeah. You walked out and you're cute. Came out here on your hind legs. Mm-hmm. Yeah, they're hind ones. Me, a non One Piece fan, confused by the gibberish. It's okay. It is gibberish. Nah, you put me in a fake conversation and I'm actually walking out. I'm not about that. No, thank you. A fake conversation. I mean, look, like I said, I wish I could get into the Fate series. I just can't, man. It's just not happening. I have accepted my fate. What do I think about One Piece? I think overall, One Piece it has earned its title as one of the legendary shonens. Absolutely. So many hype moments, so many cool characters, but that is also its detracting point. Too many characters. Way, way, way too many characters, and a lot of arcs that try to make you care about some characters that have zero relevance outside of the story that they're in, right? Outside of that particular arc. And I know all comics, I know all manga do that, but there's just way too many characters that are irrelevant. And so when you get to an arc and you are excited to see, you know, one crew or another butt heads, you have to contend with a million other characters and their irrelevant side stories that don't move you, don't stick with you, don't do anything, right? This is one of the reasons why I will favor something like Hunter x Hunter over One Piece, because a lot of the characters that you meet and the story arcs that they go through, they are complete story arcs. Like the character's not just there because you need a character to guide you around this new region or this new world or this new place, right? They're characters that actually mean something. And a lot of the times, like, characters are just super throwaway and mean absolutely nothing in One Piece. So every time you get into a new arc, the only thing you're thinking about is this a potential new Straw Hat candidate? Or are they going to finally go up against insert character A, B, and C, and D here, right? And those are the things that really carry a lot of these arcs, right? Like, there are so many characters and stories that happened, as an example, in the Wano arc, right? But how many of those characters actually really meant anything in the grand scheme of things? How many of their like story conclusions did you actually even care about or meant anything before you met them or after, right? See, the thing I want One Piece to do is I want it to zero in on the stories that matter, dude. I don't want to go through, you know, a million different characters just to hear about the parts that actually matter. Right? I got to sit here and I got to read about these goofy characters doing all this, and they don't mean anything to me. They don't mean anything to anyone. They're just a bunch of throwaway nothing characters. It's chock full of these characters that feel like they're filler characters, you know? And I hate that. That's the thing I hate the most about One Piece. That is One Piece's biggest problem. The quality gets overshadowed by the quantity. and it really sucks. Because sometimes it's a slog to just read through. All right, what character was this again? Like what part of this character was like 10 chapters ago, 15 chapters ago? What were they trying to do? All right, this group was trying to get over here and they were trying to find this girl. And now we're spending time talking to this character. And I get that they think the characters are whimsical and quirky, but after thousands of chapters, you start to run into the same characters being the same kind of whimsical and quirky. And after a while, it just gets tiring. You just want to focus on the Straw Hats or their ops or, the admirals or the overarching, mysteries that are coming about. You just want that stuff, man. It's like, I'm so sick of this other stuff, man. I'm so tired of these other characters. I don't want to read another chapter about these characters, man. Why are we interrupting this fight so we can go over here and look at these losers, man? That stuff kills One Piece for me, and it's pacing. It's just awful with that. The anime is so bad to watch. It's hard to watch when you're not in the meat of it. When you're not in the meat of like a battle or like some relevant characters or some characters that are coming back from a previous arc or something like that, or previous characters coming back, you see that they've grown, that they become insane, and they play a relevant role. When you're not in one of those moments, or you're in one of those moments where they're developing one of the Straw Hats or any other character in the story, and it's just these side throwaway characters, it is torture. That was one of the hardest things for me to catch up on One Piece. I caught up on the anime, chat, and it was brutal. This wasn't as big of an issue in the early part of One Piece, but again, that's because we were focused on, there was a focused direction in the early part of One Piece. But then when you start branching out and there's all these other characters, at first it's really cool that Oda's able to manage balancing all these different characters, but as you go into further arcs, you can really feel the weight of the story just weighing everything down. Like when I say the weight of the story, I mean the weight of the characters. I guess I really should say, and just the sheer amount of them. So much waste. And it's rare that one of these characters comes back and they are even remotely relevant in a later chapter or later arc or something like that. So I'm just like, yeah, man, I get it. You can draw lots of different characters with silly faces, and there's a lot of different inhabitants, and you want to world build. But when the world building acts as a deterrent rather than something that, whets your appetite to read more, I think that's a problem. There's a quantity problem overall. I think there's a quantity problem, and that's
Battle Team Rocket or join them. Seize power with Team Rocket in the Pokemon trading card game Scarlet and Violet, Destined Rivals. Each booster pack of 10 cards sold separately. Cards vary by pack.
That's my main issue. What do you think about the final war? How do you think the final war is going to be a biblical level event, which I think will be fine. But yeah, that's my issue. That's my main issue with One Piece. Holy crap, that's my main issue. Actually, Full Metal Alchemist is another good example of world building without going overboard. When you look at the scale of the amount of characters in Full Metal Alchemist, there's a lot of characters in Full Metal Alchemist, but those characters fit nicely into their spots and they don't overstay their welcome. You're not sitting and dealing with this character like 30 chapters later, and it's just like, why are we still talking about this character? We've moved on to the main event. Why are we still even looking at them? Who cares? Who cares about their side conflict here, right? Full Metal Alchemist had a lot of events happening at different times. You had Scar running around, you had the Homunculus running around doing their thing, and then you have the Elric brothers on their journey, and then you have all of the state alchemists also in the middle of the fray, right? You have all these different important entities, all trying to figure out the mysteries of what's going on. This sort of like espionage thing happening in the midst of them also trying to uncover the mysteries of the Philosopher's Stone. And all the characters and all their relationships are interwoven. You can go from one character to the end of the string of all the characters because they're all connected in some way. That's world building done well, right? The characters actually have some relevance, right? Even if you only know them for a short time, okay, those characters are designed to know them for that short time, and then they're out of there. You're not dealing with them bouncing around with their goofy faces like 20 chapters later, right? Interrupting, a dope moment. This would be like, One Piece's problem would be like, if you finally got to this confrontation between Scar and the Elric brothers, like they finally meet up and they're having a fight, but then you interrupt that fight to go all the way back to the town with Father Cronero and look at these characters talking about the fallout of him being a fake. In the middle of that fight, just randomly, they're just there talking to some character, and not even Rose, but like some random residents in the village, and talking about how they felt about it. It's like, it really feels bad. And, this person, they healed supposedly they healed my spouse. And I'll find out that they were fake. It just feels so bad. And Mistress is in so much trouble. It's just like, and then, 2 episodes later, then we come back to the fight with the Scar. I'm just like, oh my gosh, like, why are we doing this? These characters don't matter. They had their relevance when you were in the town. Like, can we not do this? So yeah, that's my issue, man. It's tough. It's a tough ask. It's a tough ask. So the fact that One Piece is getting a redo and the whole point of the redo is for it to have better pacing. I mean, that's honestly the best thing that they could have done for One Piece. Because, oh my God, man. Oh my God. I liken this to the same issue that the Pokemon Company has, right? The Pokemon Company has trouble dealing with what they're going to do with each Pokemon iteration because they have so many doggone Pokemon. So somebody's going to be sad. Somebody's going to be sad and upset that their favorites didn't make it into the base game. It's just you can't put them all in, and you can't have any level of quality with that many characters or with that many monsters. Like, it simply can't be done. And for you to give them all equal attention and for it to all be meaningful, So yeah, that's I think the thing that holds One Piece back quite a bit. So One Piece has very high peaks, but it has very low valleys too. It has very low valleys, and those low valleys make it hard for you to get through to the next peak. And I just don't think that is healthy overall for a story, right? So I'll give you an example of that in a very smaller scale. Jujutsu Kaisen. Jujutsu Kaisen is something that it has peaks, but its valleys are so bad. It's honestly not worth it outside of just zooming in on watching those fights or reading those fights and calling it a day. Jujutsu Kaisen is an awful, awful read. Even on the parts that are good, it's horrible to read. And now that the hype has worn off from the anime being around and having that amazing animation from Mappa, looking back at it, you can really see, no, Jujutsu Kaisen is actually kind of rubbish overall. And it isn't even in contention for a top 10 shonen. It's not even in the top 10. It's rubbish. Jujutsu Kaisen its fights were amazing, right? And I think the peak of the series was the Shinjuku incident. I think that is the peak of the series. That around that span of time for Jujutsu Kaisen, that was the peak of the series. 100%. That was the peak. Everything after that, clown fiesta. And so you don't even want to slog through the middle portions to get to those next fights because it's just not worth it. Gojo versus Sukuna interaction online was insane. Oh, the reaction to it? Listen, that was a good fight. And man, oh man, would I love to see that animated. I want to see that fight animated. I genuinely do. Because first of all, the fact that he had the balls for that kind of outcome, and then that was it, I actually respect it. I actually respect that he had the balls for that kind of outcome. But at the same note, you just got rid of the best part of your manga. You just got rid of the best part of your manga. Genuinely. I'm trying to come up with an equivalent, right? That would be like if partway through Naruto, Kakashi died. Imagine the outrage. Imagine how everybody would feel if Kakashi died and there wasn't a good reason for it. And also the conclusion to the battle, actually Naruto kind of almost got there because like the final battle with I guess the perfect version of the Edo Tensei Madara. There was some great stuff in there, but they almost dropped the ball. Only for Kaguya to show up later on, so they hit you with a Final Fantasy IX situation where I'm like, I'm sorry, who the flip are you? Who is Necron? Like, we've been dealing with all this stuff this entire game. We've been dealing with Kuja this entire game. Who the flip is Necron? Who is that? That was the end of Naruto. Kaguya, she comes out of nowhere and just like, who the flip are you? Oh yeah, by the way, there's a race of super aliens, and and I'm here to figure out, I'm here to get what you took from me, right? I'm here to take all this stuff back. I'm like, hey, who are you, bro? Like, what? So, what about Bleach? Bleach deserves this spot. And Bleach is it's a much more concentrated dose of shonen, right? It's like all of the shonen tropes, but like dialed all the way up. But it's a much more concentrated dose of it. So what I mean is, you're gonna get your power up moments. You're gonna get this character, your main character fails and dies moments. You're gonna get your great arcs, and then you're gonna have your garbage arc. So the most garbage arc in Bleach was the Bound arc. Yeah, that felt like filler. That was trash. And then I would say the build up toward the final battle, a lot of that was also kind of a mess. Because you just had characters just coming out of the woodwork and everybody was fighting everybody. You had a character that was like a grown man in a diaper at one point. I mean, it was a clown fiesta. Okay, that was filler? Okay. Yeah, so Bleach is not terrible though. I think Bleach is actually solid, especially with clear and clean direction like the anime have been doing with like the blood the Blood War, or the Blood Feud, like the new anime episodes that have been coming out, that stuff's been fantastic. It really nails in, you know, when Bleach is good, it's really, really good. So Bleach is something that has a good enough balance to where you can get through the whole thing and you will have had a good time. And the conclusion to Bleach is actually not bad. So if anything, the part that'll probably drag you down with Bleach is just Ichigo's origin. Ichigo's origin will probably be the thing that drags you down with Bleach, if nothing else. Because outside of that, I mean, it's shonen, dude. You know, you enter a new arc, you enter a new, you know, 5 to 20 new characters that they have to fight, right? Also, what's nice is Bleach didn't abandon its characters. So it didn't suffer the same situation that Dragon Ball Z suffered, where at a certain point the characters just become irrelevant. But I think the thing that really didn't jive with me is just the Quincy thing. Right? I get it that the Quincy's, they're their own tribe and they're actually like really powerful, and you know, this is a big part of it, but you know, you got your best friend or rival best friend character. I just didn't understand the heel turn. You know, it's like, oh, I'm sorry. I mean, it kind of felt like the Fox and the Hound. He's like, you know, we're different at the end of the day, and so I gotta go and I gotta go be with my tribe now. I'm like, all right, man. I guess. Like, I guess. It wasn't horrible, but it's just like, all right, man. But the thing that all of the other series have going for them is just that they are, even though they're long, they're still much, much shorter than One Piece. One Piece has a grand story that it's trying to tell. Problem is, getting there is painful because of how much stuff feels like filler, but it's like official content. That's the part that just gets me. It needs a more focused. It just needs to be more focused, man. It really does. There's just so much less that Oda could do, and it would benefit. Well, it would benefit Oda, right? Because I know brother is tired, but it would benefit the reader too. Hey, Overlord, you still free to art critique? Yeah, we always do that in stream. You just have to link whatever it is that you want some feedback or some help on. That's the only thing. You link it, I can help you. Filler is something that can really kill a series for me too. Like, I think the series that suffered the most from filler was Boruto, right? First of all, Boruto was something that they didn't even really need to push to exist, but okay, the premise itself was interesting from the start point, because I liked all the character designs. You like seeing the kids of the shinobi that you grew up with, watching their story. You know, I liked it, and they were strong. All the kids are strong. This stuff is great, man. However, Boruto kneecapped itself hard because it didn't even get to enjoy its tuning arc. It didn't even get to enjoy its Ginning arc, right? It didn't get to enjoy any of that because if you watch the anime, you will have no clue what parts of that are actually legitimately real and what aren't. Like a good 80% of the anime is filler. Like all of that stuff is filler. Yes, there are some episodes that are canon because they've been added in because Kishimoto himself like wrote for those episodes and added them in to add more context to things. Okay, so that's good. But okay, that's only like a handful of episodes. The rest of it is filler. Let that sink in, chat, that 80% of Boruto is filler. 80% of it. So you just basically have to read the manga, and then the manga does its time jump into its Shippuden arc, right, with Vortex, which is good. It does get good because Kishimoto comes back to write it because his assistant has been doing such a dog water job of being a writer and artist. I'm sorry. Look, I don't mean to be that mean, but there's a reason why that dude is an assistant. He was not cut out to be the top dog, the main guy.
Everyone's talking about how to get more protein in their diet. Well, stop talking and head to Subway for tons of delicious protein-packed footlongs, like the Ultimate BMT, loaded with 54 grams of protein, or the All-Pro Sweet Onion Chicken Teriyaki, coming in at 58 grams of protein, all on irresistible fresh-baked bread. And now, Subway MVP Rewards members can buy any footlong in the app and get another for just $1. Get all the protein you crave at a price you can't resist. Order now on the Subway app.
When someone is diagnosed with cancer, they need support. Subaru and our retailers are there to help by providing blankets for comfort and warmth and encouraging messages of hope to help support nearly 500,000 patients facing cancer nationwide. Subaru is proud to be the largest automotive donor to the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society, united for over a decade. Subaru, more than a car company.
How can I be greater? Go further. Live fuller. Speak bolder. Dream bigger. Spend smarter. Save greater. Start earning greater at ozk.com or a branch near you. Bank OZK. Greater awaits.
Headlining the story and the art. I'm sorry. He sucks. I'm sorry. He took a great premise and he turned it into something mid, into something below mid. He sucks, man. I'm sorry. He sucks. Kawaki sucks. Right, with Vortex, which is good. It does get good because Kishimoto comes back to write it because his assistant has been doing such a dog water job of being a writer and artist. I'm sorry. Look, I don't mean to be that mean, but there's a reason why that dude is an assistant. He was not cut out to be the top dog, the main guy headlining the story and the art. I'm sorry. He sucks. I'm sorry. He took a great premise and he turned it into something mid, into something below mid. He sucks, man. I'm sorry. He sucks. Kawaki sucks. Everything in between when Kishimoto started and when Kishimoto took over sucks. I'm sorry. That dude sucks dick. He's so bad. The way he drew the characters is so sauceless. People were complaining about it so much. He had to change up how he was drawing things. Brother, what he did to Sasuke, Hinata, and everybody else's character design and their hair should be studied on how to suck the sauce out of something. so bad, bro. Like everybody looked like they were suffering from dealing with high humidity. You know how when you have high humidity and then your hair just wants to like frizz and curl up, or it just slumps? Like that's what he did to all of the characters, man. It's so bad. I understand why Kishimoto had to come out of retirement to help him. I wish he would just take over in its entirety, but I understand he was tired and he just didn't want to do it anymore. I get it. But it was terrible, man. It was bad. It was bad. Brother cannot cook, man. He cannot cook. He forced Kishimoto out of retirement. That's how bad everything was getting. It's terrible. Holy crap, man. Kawaki might be the worst character ever. Like, nah, he's not the worst character ever, but he's so garbage. Like, he's so terrible. Like, this is supposed to be our Sasuke, bro. I'm supposed to care about this garbage character. Freaking sucks. Even when his design gets better, he still sucks. They haven't made me give one ounce of care or feeling toward this character. I don't feel the brotherhood. I'm sorry, man. It's not there. It's not there. It doesn't exist. Like, there's more of a brotherhood between Boruto and Shikamaru's kid. There's more of a bond between those two than there is Kawaki, this forced Sasuke character. Freaking sucks, man. Trash. Boruto is a bundle of wasted opportunities. It just makes you think, man, it should have just been a quick little one-off story to see what it was like with the kids, and then they should have let it go with the movie, and then that should have been it. Because the manga is a mistake, man. The manga is a mistake. It's bad. It's good now, but it was bad. It was bad for so long, there aren't enough people that care anymore. There's not enough people that care anymore, and I can't blame them. Trash. Like, they should have started bro off with something a lot simpler, man. Don't put him in a headlining role only for him to run your stuff into the ground. Well, the other part is, in order for the story to take place, they had to nerf the older characters, because you can't reasonably have a threat in a world where that version of Sasuke and Naruto exist. You can't. They can't beat those characters. I'm sorry. It just doesn't. It just doesn't work. It just doesn't work. You know, what anime are y'all arguing about in chat? While I'm ranting, I'm sitting here ranting about some trash, and you guys are talking about something else. It's still One Piece?
Still thinks One Piece is the best thing ever.
Look, like I said, One Piece definitely has some very high peaks, but it has so much detracting from it that I could never call it the best. I could never call One Piece the best. It's, in my opinion, One Piece is not the best anime or manga. It's simply not, right?
Their counter argument is that Brotherhood is a mid anime.
Brotherhood is not mid, but Brotherhood is a top tier anime. Brotherhood is up there with the highest echelons of anime. Like it's on the top, especially if we're talking about something shonen related. It's gonna be in the high tier, right? It's not mid, like not at all. Like you can make an argument for some things you don't like in Brotherhood, but calling universally Brotherhood is accepted as a great manga and anime, like universally. That's kind of like on the anime and manga litmus test. You can judge someone's taste in the quality of manga and anime by how they react to specific ones. So Dragon Ball and Dragon Ball Z, Full Metal Alchemist. There's a couple of other ones like in there, right? But that's because for starters, Full Metal Alchemist is it is a top tier world building anime, right? A part of what makes Full Metal Alchemist so powerful is you really do get grounded into the world of Amestris. Like, you get grounded into that world, right? And they do such a good job of making that world feel complete. Like, the whole premise of it is the world is healing from a war that took place, right? Because there is a big battles, a big war, and there were some big events that happened. Really, you could look at it kind of like in Evangelion. You're kind of existing in a world after a second impact, right? A first or a second impact. When you get into the world of Full Metal Alchemist, some of the biggest events in Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood have already taken place, and you're learning about them throughout the story as they become pertinent to the mystery that the Elric brothers is trying to uncover, right? So it does such a good job of that. And it's what makes it, that's what makes it sort of like a top quality like anime, right? Now, that being said, we're talking about objectively, personal taste wise, right? You can have a variety of different things you're interested in. Like, for example, if you like brain rot type stuff, there's people out there that think Jujutsu Kaisen is genuinely the best anime that's ever been made, right? Better than Dragon Ball, better than One Piece, better than Hunter x Hunter, better than Bleach, better than Naruto, better than all that stuff. They think Jujutsu Kaisen is peak manga. We obviously will look at that and go, no, brother, you're wrong. That is dog water, but that is their personal preference, right? They like that. Objectively speaking, when we look at the genre and when we look at what makes this stuff good objectively, no, it is not even in a contender for a top 50 potentially, right? It's terrible. Jujutsu Kaisen is terrible. It's so bad. It's terrible, right? But yeah, when we have those conversations, you have to look at one thing, which is someone's opinion, and everybody's going to have a personal taste and opinion, and you should respect those things, right? There's personal taste and opinion, and then there is the awareness to know that that is your personal taste and opinion. But then when we talk about something objectively, objective is when we're looking at just raw data, raw evidence, and those are when we look at things and we examine what makes it good and what makes it bad, right? That's how I like to look at things.
Pineapple. Without the spikes. Outshine. Snacking made easy.
How can I be greater? Go further. Live fuller. Speak bolder. Dream bigger. Spend smarter. Save greater. Start earning greater at OZK.com or a branch near you. Bank OZK. Greater awaits.
maxed out on damage. New Instacure Build-A-Bond liquid mask from Matrix with 1 billion bonds to fight damage. With citric acid and squalane, billion bond care for $1 billion hair. New Instacure Build-A-Bond. Shop now.
Overall, that's how I like to look at things. So as an example, you could argue, okay, Gundam is really a really like good series. You could argue Gundam's a really good series. Me personally, I think Gundam is dog water. And I think Gundam is dog water because they can't write for crap, man. I would use a different word, but I don't swear. But Gundam's terrible. They can't write. Take everything that each Gundam series does and they do well. It's great until it's time for them to stick the landing. And then they fail almost every time, right? Gundam fails so hard on so many of its endings. Like I can think of some that had good endings, like the 8th MS team, good. That is a good overall good Gundam, right? You can, if you look at it for the memes and you appreciate it for what it is, G Gundam is hilarious. It's awesome. Great series. Gundam Wing, sometimes that's some people's entry point, but it is a fantastic series, even though it's got some goofy stuff in it. Like basically Hero is all the goofy stuff in it, right? Hero is a menace, but Gundam Wing is great. All of the Gundams that came before Gundam, those are great Gundams, right? Gundam is rooted itself in, tragedy, right? They're tragic because they're talking about the perils of war and, wielding these weapons of mass destruction that we think humanity shouldn't have. So that's why there's always this sort of like a philosophical like debate over whether or not we should even have and pilot and use Gundams. Sometimes the Gundams even tend to have a more supernatural twist to them, somewhat, right? People like Seed, even though I think Gundam Seed is not that great. I think visually is the thing that turns me off for Seed, right? But then you get to all of the other Gundams and they're just like, they can't stick the landing. Each one is just worse than the last. And I hear good things about Mercury, but I don't trust it. I don't trust it, right? Because the same people that said they like Mercury are the same people that said they like Iron-Blooded Orphans, both seasons. And I can't trust you if you like season 2 of Iron-Blooded Orphans, because that was the last straw for me. The second season of Iron-Blood Orphans put me off Gundam forever, because I was like, you're not going to get me again. I watched all these other Gundams and they kept failing with how they could not stick the landing. Get to Iron-Blooded Orphans, I'm like, okay, this is like budget, or this is like, we've got Gurren Lagann at home. This is cool. I'm having a good time. I like a rags to riches story, a resistance story. But even though inevitably that there's going to be loss and there's going to be tragedy at the end, it's the garbage writing to get there that I'm just like, I am so done. The character assassinations, everything. I'm just like, get me out of here. I will never watch another Gundam again. You're never going to get me again with this. People, and you know what? The most recent Gundam, the one that came out, Gundam Quack X, whatever that heading is, I can tell the universe is trying to get me, because everything in there is designed to pull me in. You have the writer of Evangelion, the writer and animation director of Evangelion. You have the character designer from Pokemon. You have a dope animation studio. I mean, you have all of the recipe to get me in there. I still won't watch it. I'm like, you're not going to get me. I'm not going to do. And sure enough, I saw it trending. The most recent Gundam series that's out right now, I saw it trending. Episode 7 split the entire base, right? Now people are angry at that one character. I think his name is Shuji or something like that. People are either super angry about this character or they're defending the decisions that happened with this. Because basically the character Shuji, he pulled a Poochie from The Simpsons. He's like, I must go, my planet needs me. He went in like 4-dimensional space or something like that, and everybody is super pissed. And I'm just like, see, I'm not gonna do this. You're not gonna get me. I'm not gonna jump into these Gundam series. I'm not gonna watch these things. I'm just not gonna do it. You're not gonna get me anymore. Like I refuse. I refuse. It's a pretty show, but that's it. There's nothing more. Not even the music. You're not like I made this decision and I'm sticking to it, man. You're never gonna get me to watch another Gundam. I don't care who you put on. You could put Studio Trigger on Gundam. I'm still not. Well, actually, oh man, that might do it. I don't let me tempt fate because that might do it. That might be the thing to make me watch Gundam again. That might be the thing to make me watch Gundam again. If Studio Trigger does a Gundam, I'm in. I'll watch it. I'll watch it and I'll hate myself for every second. But it's Studio Trigger, so I'm gonna look at it. I'm gonna look at it. But anyway, that is to say, there's always two ways to look at anything that people care about. You can look at it objectively, and then you can look at it where it's like your own personal taste, right? So I can agree, Draco, that it can be reasonable that for your personal taste, One Piece has everything that you need to make it a peak series for you. Like this, like the king of like the shonen genre for you. But if we look at it objectively, One Piece is not the king of the shonen genre. It's not, simply. Objectively speaking, it's not the king of the shonen genre. It's not the best. It's not the worst. It's not the worst, right? But it is definitely not the best. No, it's not even remotely in the contention for the worst, right? Like One Piece is nowhere near contention for the worst. Because if we're gonna talk about a top 50 shonen manga of all time, One Piece has to be in that discussion. It has to be there. But putting it at 1 is crazy. It's not at 1. Objectively speaking, there is no way One Piece could ever be considered to be at the top of the heap. No, it's not 1. It is not 1. Because there's too many things working against it to make it number 1. Things that you have to concede to. It's just not. It's just not 1. Stop de-escalating? Okay. All right, fine. You guys can escalate if you want to. Go ahead and do that. That's also what you're free to do in my chat. Good luck. Oh man, if we're talking about trash, you need look no further than Isekai. Oh man, if you want trash, Isekai is the place to be, man. That's the place to be. That's where you're gonna find the most premium trash. I'm talking about the best top tier trash you can find. Isekai is where it's at, man. Ooh wee. That's some good trash. Let me tell you. Oh man, Sword Art Online is awful. Sword Art Online. I saw the letters. I saw the acronym. Get it out of here. I've been burned by Sword Art Online. I gave it 3 chances. And 3 times it burned me. Never again. Never again. Sword Art Online should have been one of the greatest anime of our time. Budget-wise, animation-wise, Sword Art Online is fantastic. Then you get to that doggone story, and it falls off a cliff probably in the last quarter of the first season. So I'm like, okay, that was tough. That was tough. But okay, there's gonna be a season 2. Season 2 was bad from start to finish. Okay. Oh my gosh. Okay, but season 3, okay, this is interesting because now they're taking him out of his element. Now he has to use, he's going to be the only sword character in a world where all they're using is guns.
What a hotel.
Right? And only $250 a night for my favorite site. What?
You didn't check Trivago.
I got mine for $155. You have to check Trivago.
Oh yeah? Prove it.
On Trivago, you can compare hotel prices from multiple different sites.
Even your favorite one.
Look, same hotel, $100 less.
You didn't check Trivago.
I didn't check Trivago.
Check Trivago to compare prices and save up to 40%. Hotel? Trivago.
Life's better when you're under our roof.
Ready for takeoff!
Because we know your house is more than a home.
Whoa!
It's where their dreams take flight.
Hey, Dad!
And when you feel protected, your family can dream fearlessly.
How's it going, Captain?
A-okay.
Bundle life and save up to 25% on home and auto. American Family Insurance. Get a quote and find an agent at amfam.com.
Right. And also he's female now. Okay, that's weird, but okay, whatever. He has a female avatar now. Fine, whatever. Who gives a crap? Oh, it's terrible. Oh, and then Alicization. Oh my gosh, where they it's so bad. They're all so bad, and they all have a great premise, but they fall so hard on their face every time. I'm just like, you're an idiot if you keep watching this and keep doing this to yourself. Who cares about the animation? Sword Art Online should have been dot hack with a good budget. It should have been dot hack with a budget. That's what it should have been. But it wasn't. Yeah, Isekai is it's just full of dog water. Like everywhere you look, Isekai is just chock full of dog water. Like it doesn't matter where you go, you're gonna find trash around every corner. But some of them hit in just the right way. It's like it's just the right amount of trash. It's just the right level of trash. And like, okay, I can get into this. Because the cycle of what you're looking for in some isekai stories, it's like, okay, you know, the character, I'm just waiting for that chance for the character to prove themselves or to show off how really powerful they are or something like that. You know, that stuff, that just tickles a very, you know, specific spot, right? But that's really it. Like, rarely is an actual isekai story actually good. It's rare that they're actually good. Most of them are just garbage. Wish fulfillment garbage. The equivalent to those are the shoujo, I was reincarnated as the villainous stories, right? Or the villainous. But yeah, Isekai has taken over and they're all bad. And the stuff that gets turned into anime, so awful. I'm just like, why are y'all doing this? This stuff is terrible. Like, there's no way this should be getting made into an anime. Like, you guys should be ashamed of yourselves for even considering turning this into an anime. Hey, Machine Toys, thank you so much for the 23 months. Appreciate you. Dude, I want to get advice about my art, but these guys are yapping about mid-show. Where did you post the link for your art, chair guy? Where'd you post it? Did you post it in the chat and it got washed away by them talking about stuff or arguing? Because that can happen. Okay, what kind of feedback do you want for your work? I can see it now. There you go. Feels like this is a giant sort of like a mutated Trent or something. Okay, you're safe. What kind of feedback do you want for your stuff? I wanted to know what I should improve about the designer pose. Well, because you're dealing with something as fantastical as like a sort of like mutated kind of like tree entity, really the things or mutated tree plant sort of like entity, right? The things that you'd have to consider for this is just delivering on all of the different like elements to get across sort of like the fantastical idea. So like the things that are pretty strong is that I get the tree texture. I can see it with the roots and how it would move from place to place, how it like walk. So I can get that part. I think the thing that really, this would work as what I would consider to be a production sketch, right? This is what you'd see when they're trying to flesh out a design for something, like they'd be doing it in iterations. So what you could do to improve upon this is to look into the individual elements of what it is that you're drawing. So like maybe consider all the different sort of like plant life structures or things that you're mixing into this one life form or this one entity, and then work on drawing all of those elements out in a more recognizable and more exciting, enticing way, right? So, you know, for example, this works very well as a sketch so that we can understand or see what the creature is to begin with, right? But if you wanted to go further and you wanted to say improve upon this, well, then that would be the same as like taking the next iterative step and turning it into a more finalized and completed like illustration, whether you want to stick with traditional, you know, black and white, you know, sketch, graphite, you know, that kind of medium. Then you'd focus on learning how to better render and develop your surface development, right? So for example, you know, if indeed this is sort of like a tree-like creature and these are like tree trunks that are reaching down with roots and they're walking, you would look up different trees as an example, and you look up how to draw and render those things in your illustration. And so that would add a whole new layer of sort of like realism to it, or you would be pulling from something that exists to create something fantastical for your design. The same with these elements here where you have sort of like these fungus-like growths coming off of it, or you have these more like shard-like hard surfaces sticking out of it. So you research into the different elements that you're putting together, because if you're mixing something together, that means there are things that you're pulling from to mix those things together. And I think that is what's going to add the next level of visual interest into your piece, right? Same with the top part of this, which gives off the feeling that this is foliage, right? These are like, you know, the leaves or the you know, the top branches with the leaf covering, and whether or not they're actually leaves or if it's more of a mushroom cap or whatever it is, research that thing so that you can bring a whole new level of I guess skill and development to this particular part of it. And as you work through your picture and as you develop all these different areas, it's going to make the overall picture much stronger. Then as far as the pose goes, you have so much leeway for how you want to do a pose. So it really depends on what you want to get out of the pose, right? Do you want to show a sense of scale? Do you want it to be more dynamic? Because what that'll do is that'll change the angle, right? Like if you wanted a sense of scale for this as an example, then you would start with a worm's eye view where we're looking up at this sort of like maybe mammoth type creation, this mammoth sort of like amalgamation of a bunch of different things, right? And then you would shade with your pencil accordingly, right? So there's a whole bunch of different elements that can go into this. What I recommend you look at to get some maybe inspiration is to look into creature design, right? And this kind of thing kind of speaks to me in a Magic the Gathering kind of way, or it speaks to me in a sort of mutation kind of way, like The Last of Us. So you could look up the concept art for The Last of Us, or you could look up the artwork for you know, Magic the Gathering, or you could look up a bunch of different fantasy creature creation type stuff, right? And you could find a bunch of things that might inspire you on how you want to go forward in framing your creations, how you want to go about creating them, and how you want to go about designing them. So that's about the advice I have for you here, because there's so much freedom that you have with this. So there's nothing inherently wrong with the drawing that you did, the sketch that you did. There's nothing inherently wrong with it at all. Dun, 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 dun. Hey, y'all got me triggered thinking about trash. Y'all got me thinking about trash, anime, and manga. Freaking sword art. Ugh. I hate sword art online. It's not the one that trash that makes me the most angry, but it definitely is the trash that, you know, I gave too many chances to. So it irks me. It irks me so. Like it's so bad, man. I don't even know which one makes me the most angry. Genuinely, I don't.
For me, it would be the one that I gave too many chances.
Yeah, I don't know. Cause like I think the thing that gets me more than anything is just wasted potential. I'm like, man, this could be so good if it was not garbage, you know?
It would be so good if it weren't.
If it weren't garbage, yeah. It's just tough. Yeah, but these are the few times you'll get these opinions from me is during these streams, because genuinely I just kind of keep quiet about anime, because anime these days overall is pretty bad. They're making too many, and there's too many low quality things that are getting made because they're all like, you know, struggling to run and like make something. Like I think like you just need to chill and then focus on making the few things that you're gonna do, just make them good, right? That's how I feel about modern Square Enix. I mean, because you're right. Modern Square Enix kind of sucks. They kind of suck bad. They've been, matter of fact, before Final Fantasy VII Remake, they were in the doghouse, right? Remake has been good, so they, they got some of their reputation back, but they ain't out the water yet. They are not out the water yet, because they still have to stick the landing with Final Fantasy VII Remake. Have you seen Yaiba, JC? That's on my list of things to watch because the animation, oh man, the animation looks so good. And the way that they have that sort of like aged quality to the actual film, it harkens back to the 90s anime quality, right? And I will forever hold that is like the gold standard for how you can make something look so good. Because a lot of anime these days looks too new. It looks too clean, too fresh, too digital, you know? So it has that right amount of like, grain and, tooth to it. I like that. So that combined with the amazing animation and knowing that it's the season 1 squad of from One Punch Man and the Mob Psycho squad, knowing that it's that crew of crazy animators, I'm in. I'm gonna take a look. I'm gonna take a look. Chair Dude Guy says, thanks. I actually researched a lot of fungi species and the way trees grow, as well as the textures that those have. Okay. So what I'm getting is that I should show that, yeah, exactly. Show it and present it better in the design, right? Because that's your sauce for your actual design there, right? You want to put your best foot forward with that. So yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Anyone see Parasite? The anime? I did enjoy Parasite. That was good. Yeah, Parasite's solid. I think that was Production IG. This season, there's a handful of shows doing that old school style look. Which ones? I know Yaiba is. What are the other ones? You go see more of my art because I have a character I want to work on, but I don't know where I could take their design because they look really bland right now. Yeah, show me. Post it up. Yeah, the love story was a little whack. I'll admit that. No, I definitely think Parasite has story issues, but it's solid, right? I give Parasite like a 6.57 out of 10. It was okay. Nothing to really write home about, but it's not like bad. Like, it's definitely nothing that's gonna make me angry. Yeah, that's where I'm at. It's not incredible, but I enjoy watching it. Yeah. You think this guy's bland? He doesn't look bland. Okay, so you should probably think of or theory craft, I guess, designing the rest of the design before you kind of write it all off. And I know that's hard, especially just on a single sheet of paper when you want to go in. I think when it comes to character design, one thing you want to do, just avoid going too hard into like rendering it out into like a full illustration. If you're doing the design portion of it, just focus on getting all of your elements in and getting in your rough sort of like draft of the design. Because when you get too bogged down trying to turn it into like a full illustration, you're going to kind of lose the plot a little bit, right? So I think you should just stay loose and, only detail enough to nail down, important aspects of the character that need to come across. Right? I look at this guy and I think frog, right? I see like, some sort of like weird, like Elden Ring frog dude. That's what comes to mind. And he has some like bandage wrappings around him. So it gives kind of like a wasteland wanderer kind of vibe, right? And maybe you could play into that if that's kind of the play. Yeah, you could tap into that and you could give him, a form or an outfit where it looks like he's been traveling, just exploring, traveling different wastelands, traveling different, worlds or whatever. And I can even get kind of a weapon / walking stick vibe from what he has here. So like I kind of get the vibe of sort of like this, long traveled, kind of dude. Dun, 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 dun. That's the impression I get from him. What is your intention for the character? Like, how do you want the character to read to people who are looking at him? Man, I've been ranting and talking about all this nonsense with you guys. I could have been done by now. I'm gonna blame you, chat. Looking at all that foolishness in there that y'all were going on about. Dun, 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 dun. Oh, now that you guys have some One Piece music playing, did you guys hear that apparently there was some controversy about the sound designers for One Piece? Like, people got so angry at the sound design on one of the more recent fights. I won't say, right? But they were so angry about it that they want the entire sound team fired and they want them replaced because they're so sick of the sound mixing. Apparently it's been a problem that's been going on for a minute, but that episode was the last straw for them. I'm like, ooh. It's during a certain air battle against Luffy in his Gear 5 form. Some crazy animation for that one too. I think the crux of people's complaint was that they were using the same sound effect over and over again, right? Because you must know the fight that I'm talking about, Draco. You must know the fight that I'm talking about, right? So every time, I'm trying to keep it very vague because there's people who read and watch and they don't want to be spoiled. We don't do spoilers here. But in that fight, his special ability, they would use the same sound effect for his special ability every single time at the same pitch, the same tone over and over again. They would just keep using, so there was no variation in it whatsoever. And I think that's what really messed people up. Anyway, yeah, they're calling for that team to be let go. That was like I think it was last month that people were absolutely livid about that. Maybe it was this month. Maybe it was earlier this month. Well, apparently this isn't the first time. Like, this has been an issue, but this was like the last straw for a big portion of the fandom. It got news. There were so many people complaining about it that it made the news. So I'm like, wow, that bad, huh? Oof. Me, sound effects or that stuff doesn't really bother me too much unless it's like a really like ear piercing sound or something. Because as far as I know, One Piece has always done that with its sound effects. Like it basically has legacy sound effects. They use the same sound effects and have been using the same sound effects for decades in the anime. At least it was when I watched through it. Like they were the same sound effects. If a move has a specific sound effect, it has that sound effect and it makes that same sound every time, right? With very little variation. Right, like I have no problem with them using like, classic sound effects. In fact, I prefer them to the new ones. Like, I'll give you guys an example. One of the things I really, really hate is the way that a lot of new anime handle deep sounds, right? It's just, it doesn't sound good. Especially explosions. Like new anime explosions and some of these sounds sound so bad. So it's hard to give me a it's hard for me to give them a pass on so many of these things. Right, this should be max and this should not be. I kind of noticed that, like explosions feeling weak. Yeah. They did add a couple new like sound effects for Luffy, but that makes sense because when Luffy is in his fifth form, right? It's basically like Toon Force. He basically becomes like a cartoon character. That's the instructions on how to animate it. Because if you look at how Oda drew it, it's basically Looney Tunes stuff. So they did add some new sound effects for that, right? To really like nail in, like, yeah, Luffy's basically doing Toon Force stuff now. Even to the point where every surface he touches also takes on the property of rubber.
If you thought Subway subs were legendary, just wait until you try our new Doritos Footlong Nachos. Doritos Nacho Cheese Chips smothered with melty cheese piled high with all your favorite delicious toppings, all for just $5. Doritos and Subway. Two legends come together to create...
Two legends? Don't you mean three?
Nope. Subway and Doritos. Two legends. Just two.
No. Hey, who I need to talk to?
Try the legendary pairing of new Doritos Footlong Nachos today for just $5, only at Subway.
But these is legendary, though.
Don't worry, Shaq. The General gives you a break, whether it's on your car insurance...
Or a break from your car acting up.
My leg! Go on without me.
We got you covered, Bumblebee!
Oh, my hero!
For a great low rate, go with the General.
Despite its spaceship looks, extraordinary range, expansive cabin, and rocket boost acceleration, it won't take you to space. It brings space to you. Introducing the 3-row, all-electric Hyundai Ioniq 9 with class-leading interior space.
But right, the Gum Gun pistol should sound like that same pistol sound effect. It should sound like that. I just realized somebody put some classical music on the playlist. Like legitimately, it's just classical music. I remember when people on Twitter were saying Gear 5 was more iconic than Super Saiyan. No, those people were crazy, man. Look, it's definitely, it was definitely a big moment to finally see it, to finally see Gear 5. But to compare Gear 5 to Super Saiyan, no. I would say Second Gear is more iconic than that. I would say Second Gear was more iconic. Than Gear 5. But I'm not gonna lie, I'm not gonna sit here and lie and say Gear 5 is not cool. Gear 5 was dope. When it came out, it's cool. But again, you don't get to really lock in and appreciate it again because of my same complaint, right? Right, is during the Kaido battle and you keep getting interrupted because we got to go back on board of the ship and see what's going on with everybody else. And so we're flip-flopping between that fight, and that's what kills my momentum. I'm like, dang it, man. Like, I just want to see him fight, dude. I just want to see him fight with this new form. I'm tired of jumping back and forth with what's going on the ship. Can we just stick with this fight until it's done or something, please, man? You're killing me with that. Like I was tight, man. But yeah, no, absolutely. The Gear 5 Luffy is not as iconic as Super Saiyan. I'm sorry. It's not. And just based off of the pacing, I think the Tournament of Power Ultra Instinct was way more of an iconic moment than Luffy's Gear 5 transformation. The pacing of it was handled way better because it's just like this big thunders. Everybody's stopping. Even Jiren, the dude who everybody knows is the big bad contender of this entire thing, been untouchable up to this point. Even Jiren stopped and said, whoa, wait a minute. Oh, wait, what are you doing over here, Goku? I see you. What is this? What is this? You finally trying to step into the realm of the gods? Is that what you're trying to do? That moment was dope. Even the song, even the music was dope. Right? And I think that music was more interesting to me than the drums of liberation, right? And it's just in the execution alone. Like Luffy's moment could have been huge, but again, the execution is just the part that was lacking. And that's what gets me with One Piece, man. Like it stands in its own way because of all of the pace hopping, all the ways it jumps around, you know? It's just like it's unnecessary. That's my biggest detractor from my enjoyment of One Piece, just how it jumps around like that. It just gets me. You can't even sit and enjoy something because you might be reading it or you're watching it, and the whole time you're thinking just like, oh my gosh, man, I'm just so worried that we're gonna jump over to this other thing. I just know they're gonna do it, man. I just know they're gonna do it. Yeah, so the whole time you're just hoping they won't. Gohan is one of the biggest ball drops in like shonen history. Gohan was built up to be so insane, and they dropped the ball so hard on his character. It should be studied. It should be studied how hard they dropped the ball on Gohan. And then, decades later, they try and finally cash in on that with that beast Gohan. But I'm just like, you're too little too late with that, man. You're too little too late. You hyped all this stuff up and how Gohan had a special sort of like, power that was welling up within him. Like they just kept hyping that up, but we never got to actually enjoy that. If Beast Gohan showed up, around the time as like Super Saiyan 3 or maybe Super Saiyan God or something like that, okay, I could get on board, but it's too late, man. It's too late. They blew it. And Gohan was a massive pile of wasted opportunity, man. Well, I mean, Goku is the main sort of like focus of the Dragon Ball series. It is Goku's story at the end of the day, right? It would have been neat to see them actually, you know, focus on the kids, focus on the other characters too, and let them sort of like grow. But no, they just kept bringing Goku back, so it's like, okay, here's what it is. It's Goku's story at the end of the day. So you're just gonna have to contend with that. There ain't that much complexity to Dragon Ball, you know. What you see is what you get. Like, it's Dragon Ball. Any advice for burnout? Because I tried doing thumbnail sketches and rough outlines, but it never turns out how I want, and I get burnt out. Should I use reference and thumbnails? A part of burnout is the harsh expectation that you can put on yourself. You can burn yourself out because you're chasing something, but you're not getting there, and you're not under.
Watermelon. No slicing or dicing required. Outshine. Snacking made easy.
Consumer Reports ranks car brands on more than 50 road tests, reliability surveys, owner satisfaction surveys, and safety ratings from IIHS. And for 2025, Consumer Reports' most reliable automotive brand is Subaru. It's no surprise they also named Subaru the best overall automotive brand. Safe, reliable, trusted, loved. Subaru.
The new McCrispy Strip is here. Dip approved by ketchup, tangy barbecue, honey mustard, Sprite, McFlurry, Big Mac sauce, double dipped in buffalo and ranch, more ranch, and creamy chili McCrispy Strip Dip. Now at McDonald's. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
This summer, we're living loud with sparkling ice and their newest addition to the lineup, Starburst Fruit Punch. It's the bold, juicy burst you love from your favorite candy, now transformed into a bubbly, zero-sugar drink. Sparkling ice is full of flavor, vitamins, and antioxidants, and just a little bit extra, like you. With over 17 tasty options, Sparkling Ice inspires you to live life to its fullest in every flavor-packed, refreshing sip. Check it out on Amazon.com.
Understanding the working parts as to why you're not getting there, right? So you're just constantly bumping your head on the same wall, but the inspiration and the desire to want to create continues to kind of pop back up over and over again, right? Which is good. That should, I mean, you have a healthy tank of that. But yeah, when you keep, you know, being denied over and over again, like it kills you. It kills your momentum, and it makes you, it kind of depresses you a little bit, because you're just like, I don't know what to do in order to kind of get past this. Like, why am I constantly stuck in this place, right? So the one thing you have to do is, one, you've got to determine what it is that's actually holding you back. What about your work is keeping you from making the kind of work that you want to make? That's one. And then two, you've got to start doing some stress-free exploration and figure that stuff out. A lot of it is because you're dealing with a bunch of unknowns, even though you want to create, right? And when you have all these unknowns that you aren't able to sort of like figure out, it just creates a world where you're just miserable because you keep running into the same problem over and over and over again. And it gets tiring. And so you start to boot up, you want to draw, but then you remember how you're not able to get past this thing, and then it starts sucking the motivation out of you. And so before you know it, now you're burnt out. You want to draw, but nothing's coming out at all. Those are part of the reasons. You know, it's mental, right? Burnout is a mental thing. It can be influenced and affected by real life things going on around you as well. Like, you could have a stressful situation in your job or your, you know, in one of your relationships or something like that, your family life or something. But yeah, that pure grade form of burnout comes from bumping your head against a wall that you don't even understand. And you got to sort that part out. So my advice for you is to, one, identify what it is you even want out of your work. Like, what is it that you're trying to make? What do you want to create? What do you want to do? And then once you're able to answer that question for yourself, the next thing you do is you go, okay, so what's keeping me from doing that? Then you have to take a real hard, long look at yourself and what you can do. And you have to actually answer that question. What's keeping me from making the things that I want to make? What's stopping me? And once you have those answers, once you have identified what's stopping you, then your last job is to start working through or working past those things. Okay, so now that we have these, now I can look at the parts I want to cut. This is the Promare. Overlord, my next song is for you. I know you know the anime. If it's some foolishness, get ready to get timed out. Just letting you know. So if you're having second thoughts about that, you better go in there and delete it now. Because I will time you out. I will delete you. Divine says, I think my issue is my influences are too spread out. The Yoshida stuff is my favorite stuff, but then there's a bunch of Yu-Gi-Oh, Nomura influence. Those are all really clean, non-traditional styles. Well, here's the thing. When you're looking at those influences, what specifically about those influences draws you back every time? There must be something or some things that draw you back to each of those things each time, right? You can push to have those qualities in your work without trying to also figure out how to take the entire thing in its totality and mush it together. I don't think you should do that. I don't think you should take all of Nomura, all of a particular Yu-Gi-Oh artist or anything, and then try and mush all of that together and try to make something out of it. I don't think you should. Instead, I think you should look at what brings you there. Like, what about Nomura's work constantly brings you back, right? All right, Cotton Nevers, rest easy, man. Hey, thanks, Overlord. Yeah, I never knew your life could affect your art. Oh, it can. I would say it's going to be one of the major factors that affect your life. Art is mental. It's so mental. Like it's our gift and our curse at the same time. Artists, our work and what we can do is so closely tied to our mental state that if things are in disarray in your life, it can directly stand in the way or enhance your artwork, right? 100%. So you said a lot of people I surround myself with have been having a super hard time with life, and it's been hitting me hard. You're awesome, dude. Yeah, man. Take the time to, cope with those things, to deal with those things. Help those people that you care about deal with those things. And in treating those root things, it can open you up to being much more open to being creative and to doing these things without that stuff weighing on you. That's a big and important part of your overall health as an artist. You gotta consider the mental health first. That has to be first and foremost, right? Absolutely. That is something that gets passed up a lot. Oh, it's just Digimon. Yeah, I got no problem with Digimon. I like Digimon. Divine says, there's an air of dreamy mysticism to Nomura's work that I really enjoy. It feels like a beautiful dream, but he still has these really defined outlines, and those things together work for him, but are hard to quantify and incorporate in my own work. Okay, I think you just quantified them, right? Or at least you just started. Oh, Promare? Yeah, I already called. It was Promare. Yeah, that song's fine. So that dreamlike quality, my interpretation of that, or my feel for that, is Nomura loves to blend colors in a way where it always feels like he's working with charcoal or watercolors, right? But then the thing that roots his work down, it roots it, and makes it solid, is his use of really thick binding lines for the container. So that is, the body, the thick eyelashes for the eyes, the thick, firm, lines for the actual pupils, right? When you look on any of Nomura's pieces, he has very thick, bold, pronounced lines for his line work, right? But then when you get to the colors, yeah, they feel very ethereal. They feel very dreamy in the way that he blends those things together. So there's that, there's those two factors that create this fun look at Nomura's stuff. And I think the peak of that for me was around the early 2000s. So Final Fantasy X and Kingdom Hearts 1, I think, is like the peak era of Nomura for me personally, right? So we're coming hot off the heels of like a Final Fantasy 8, right? Because he may have done some things for 9, but he was not a headline artist for 9. Yeah. And then for Yu-Gi-Oh, I just really like some of the designs. Yoshida's watercolor traditional aesthetic is just really pleasing to look at. So already I'm finding a common thread. You really like blended watercolor like coloring. You like that. You like that sort of like almost traditional and feel look to the colors. That's something that these two examples have in common. Right? Because if we look at let's look at, I don't know. Let's just look at Tetsuya Nomura's art. Also, let's spell his first name correctly. Yeah, if we look at Nomura's artwork, right? Again, yeah, look at that. Look at how he loves to blend those colors. And Nomura also does one of the things that I really like and that I've been gravitating to, which is letting the colors speak for themselves. So as he blends those colors out, he doesn't go super duper hard on trying to over render things, right? Because he has such bold lines, he lets his line work kind of do the talking for those things, right? That's fan art somebody did. Yeah, but he lets his line work kind of do the talking, the same, similar to how comic artists let their line work do the talking. And so that's always been the thing that stands out the most for Nomura's work. Hard, solid, hard hitting lines. But then, the colors are very open. They're very, they do blend, but they do get a chance to speak for themselves. And so that contrast looks amazing. It's hard to find a solid gallery for his work. You have to kind of look it up by game, which does suck whenever you're trying to look up, Nomura stuff. But if I look up Creative Uncut, yeah, for me, right around this era, this was like the peak era for me for Nomura's work. And again, like the stuff that he's doing, it's that charcoal watercolor, but with like these very solid, powerful, like thick lines. And I love this stuff. This image was one of the ones that I would come back to over and over and over again, because I had the art book, and I would always come back to this one so many times, like over and over and over again. Like this was one of my go-to pictures whenever I would be looking at I would be looking at Nomura's stuff. And even as I look at this, I can see that influence in your work. I can see how this sort of like scratchy blend is similar to the way that you approach a lot of your pictures when you are doing your rendering, right? So you see, there is some commonality. There's some common threads in your work. It's there. Or common threads in the stuff that you take, a lot of value in, the stuff that you really like. Like it's there, man. All you need to do is just look for the elements, the things that you like, write them out, right? I did this when I was looking for how I was going to start building my my house style. I wrote out, I got examples of, I highlighted all of those different things. It's like a multi-page document where I'm sitting here typing out and explaining all the stuff that I like. Like, what do I really like about this thing? What do I really care about in that look, right? So I don't need the entirety of the artist and all that. I just need to know, why do I keep coming back to it? Oh, because I really like these round shapes. Oh, because I really, really like the way that this is painted. Oh, I really like the way this looks overall when you have good shape language like this. Those are the things that keep drawing me back, regardless of the artist, regardless of the genre, regardless of the style that they work in. And so I identified those things and I'm like, okay, this should be the stuff that I stick to and that I go with, because it's really what I want. I keep trying to chase and capture it. So I might as well stick with that. All right, Chair Dude Guy, glad you can make it. And thanks for sharing your work and good questions today. It's a great job, man. Look, you'll catch me again. We'll be streaming. We'll be here. Should be here tomorrow, as a matter of fact. So rest easy and thanks for dropping by the stream. Okay, see, look, more of the same that I see here, right? you know, with our Final Fantasy Tactics vibes, right? Look at the contrast between the hard lines, the sketchy lines, and the actual texture. So again, more texture coming from the line work, from the actual pencil work. But when you look at the colors are left open and simple, and they simply blend, right? Because if you look at the girl on the left, she's basically flat colors. That's it. She's basically flat colors, dude, with some spots for her lighting highlights. That's it. It's just flat colors. The majority of the work is done with the pencil work. It's done with the sketching. It's done with the line work. That's it. Same with the girl here in the center with the purple hair. Her hair is just, it's just this like very muted purple color, but then on the ends it just fades to like a darker version of that same purple. I would be willing to bet that that's just a multiplied version of this exact same purple. And then there's highlights. That's it. That's it. So this work, this style, like many other great artists like Dan Mora, as an example, it's carried by its strong light work and the line work and the texture that's in it. The strong line work and the texture. So in this case, it's the hatching, right? And that's where you're getting your texture from. And then that's the neat thing about texture, right? You can just have a flat color, because if we removed this line texture and stuff, this would just be open like airbrushed gradients, gradient transitions. These are just literally a blended transition from, oh, you have this sort of like eggshell color to a darker version of that same eggshell color. That's literally it. But what gives its dimension and what makes it, you know, really interesting is his line work, his hatching, the texture that comes from that. You can do this right now. You know, and I'm not trying to make light of the quality of his work. I'm not saying you're going to be able to draw, you know, like images that look exactly like this. But as far as like understanding these techniques and being able to incorporate it, you know how to hatch, you know how to create line work, and you know how to apply simple colors. So you can already accomplish this. And again, the same thing. This is the same thing in Amura's work. This is the same thing in the Yu-Gi-Oh cards and the artists that you're describing. It's the same thing. So I've seen three examples of things you like. And in those three examples, I've seen the same common thread in all three of them. I'm frustrated because I'm able to reproduce when copying, and I don't know how to transition that into actual knowledge. Just copying isn't going to give you the knowledge, because it's just copying without understanding. You need to understand what it is that you're copying. So when you're doing a study, you need to be focused on a specific aspect of what you're trying to learn from that, as an example. So like when I'm studying anatomy, I'm trying to understand what makes those parts of the anatomy work, right? Their inner working parts, you know, what forms the way that they look, and you know, how they connect with the surrounding parts, how they overlap. I need to understand it. When I understand it, it makes it a lot easier for me to then use it in a variety of different ways that I want to, right? So you're not going to be able to just look at that and go, okay, I could do that, and then go in there and do it. It's not going to work that way. Even drawing it one-to-one is not going to mean that you're going to make your own and be able to do that. You have to break down what's happening, and you need to understand what's happening there. And so my breakdown of what's happening is the colorful part that you admire is being, the overall effect comes together when you combine it with strong line work and texturing. I see that kind of frustration claim lots of people, man. I actually like where that one is. Overlord, I have a question with my style. I'm mistaking, found out, but now I can draw out of it. Okay. So, what are you looking for? What's your question about your art style? Oh, you can't. So you found something that you like, but you can't draw. But you can't draw out of it. So, like, how do you mean? Like, you can't get past a certain point? Is that what you're saying? Like, is there something about what you want to do that you can't figure out how to do it? Thank you, chat. Oh, I think I can do that. I think that part might be fine. I can do that. No, I can't render anymore. I can only paint in the shapey style. Well, if you're having difficulty breaking out of a certain painting style, no, what I need to do is block out. Sorry. Show me an example. Let me see an example of what you are having difficulty with. I'm gonna keep it a buck. I'm struggling. Hey, what's up, Tess? I'm actually going to get ready to wrap up here in a moment, chat. Because I am a hungry, hungry man. And I require food. I think that one's fine. I think that's a place to start, Divine. I think that could be a potential place for you to start. Okay, I feel a bit better about that. I need to clean up some of these dots. I need to clean up a few of them. Grouping's not very good. I think opening this up a bit more and cleaning up some of those is probably going to be a better idea. Like this. The render art is my old art study. Okay. Okay, so you don't want... So, between these two, which direction do you like more? Do you want your stuff to render like this, where it's blended? Or do you want it to be more like this, where it's more like vector art, where the colors are separated by like bands, right? Do you like the one on the right more, or do you like the one on the left more? Hey, what's up, Baron? I'm actually getting ready to wrap up in a little bit. Yeah, posterized. Yeah, so which one of these do you like more, Ice? Do you like the rendering on the left, or do you like the rendering on the right? I like the render more. Which one? Which one? The one on the right or the one on the left? Luffy or the lady? Which rendering do you like more? The right. Okay. So you want it to be more like on the right. Okay. I'm going to help you. Let's save this guy real quick. I don't know what this is, so I'm just going to call it 3. We'll just keep going from there. Okay. All right. So since you like what's going on the right more, all you need to do in order to accomplish that is to take these wonderful colors that you have here and just blend them. That's it. Take your colors and just start blending them. That's really all you need to do. You can get any kind of brush that you want, that you like to blend with, and then you just start doing this. Just start blending your colors out. See, what you're doing right now is what has been nicknamed by me banding, right? And banding is a way for you to show a transition in value while maintaining each part of that transition's kind of autonomy, right? So like you're preserving it. This is something that allows you to show a gradation of value and color, but you're able to do it. You're able to do it in a way that's still very clear and readable without it feeling like it might be muddy, as an example, right? This is what Capcom does. Capcom does banding, and they usually limit it to about 1 or 2 bands. So I will show you real quick. This is Capcom artwork, and this is banding. You see how these values are, there is a change in value, right? We're going from light to dark, but instead of blending them together, they let them stand as their own band of value by itself, right? You can see that here in the lighting on Apocalypse, on his arm. You can see it on Magneto's muscles. You see how there is a red, there's a darker red, and then there is the darkest shadow version of red, right? But they aren't blended together. They're allowed to stand side by side, but you
have something none of us have.
Audiences give How to Train Your Dragon an A.
Oh, okay. Choose this now. It's working. Yeah!
It's the cinematic ride of the summer. How to Train Your Dragon.
You ready?
In theaters Friday. Rated PG.
Moving is easy with Xfinity.
I think that rhymes.
Put it on a t-shirt.
I'll take 2. Put this guy down for 1. I see you.
Move with Xfinity and take our 5-year price guarantee on internet with you. Switch today. The Wi-Fi is booming.
New Naked Gloss by Redken. Advanced science powered by saturated fatty acids and omega-9s that seal the cuticle for 130% more shine. Because nothing feels better than naked. Shine to the max. Naked feel. Redken.
Still look at this and you still see, oh, this is the brightest, lightest point. Oh, this is the darkest point, right? You can still see the transition of value, right? So essentially, that's what you did. But you used a lot of bands instead of like 3. And if you want to undo that, then all you need to do is this. Just blend your colors, bro. You basically already done the work of placing the colors where you want them to be. Now take your blending brush or your paint brush, whatever program you're working in, and then just blend your colors. That's it. See how easy this is? You just take and blend your colors, man. Just don't go overboard with the blending where everything loses its shape. Keep your lighting strong where it needs to be kept strong, right? And keep your edges clean. You see how you have these nice, clean, smooth edges? Keep your edges clean. Hey, what's up, Honest Gamer? No, I didn't paint this. Ice painted this. I'm just doing some feedback with him. So now you see the difference here. And again, all I did was I just took the colors that exist already and I blended them. And hey, look, this is just like on the other side, right? See how you blended this? All you need to do is blend these. Easy peasy. So go ahead and give that a try, right? Go ahead and give it a try where you're blending out your colors so that instead of stepping into the next value, they just seamlessly blend into the next value. Actually, it doesn't have to be seamless, right? Because having a little texture looks nice, I think. To be able to see like the paint strokes, I think looks nice. See that? Easy. There you go. Now you have smooth transitions or smoother transitions from your darkest darks to your lightest lights. See, you can do that. Have fun, Ice. Okay. Where can I post mine? You just link it right in the chat if you want to share your work. Emotional Task says, can I show you something and see if it looks flat? Yeah, absolutely. You can post it. Get them in soon though, guys, because like I said, I'm getting ready to wrap up stream because I'm hungry. Solomon Grundy want dinner too. To be fair to them, I'm still nitpicking about what I want to do here. But yeah, they better hurry. It's like when class is almost over and the kids are running up and showing the teacher what they did. Like, look what I did. It's like, no, Timmy, that's trash. You shouldn't have shown that. No teacher's doing that. Don't do that. That's awful. No teacher's doing that. That's terrible. Don't do that. Don't do that, chat. Okay. Oh snap! You did draw some Sonic, but not just any Sonic. This is the This is either a Sat AM Sonic. Actually, yeah, this is Sat AM Sonic. This is the Sonic that the Archie comics was based around, which is still my personal favorite. Back in the day, I desperately wanted to become a comic artist for the Archie Sonic comic, right? And while it's too late to do that for the Archie Sonic comic, one day I do want to actually do a comic cover. So I actually did one, right? I did this on stream together with us. Actually, Jay Axer, one of the OG Archie comic artists, he was actually in the stream when we were doing that, right? For an added touch of a nostalgia bomb. So yeah, I like this. When you continue on with this, continue to hit it with those nice, bold, solid colors. Make sure you get everything. Don't leave any gaps in between the colors. Let the colors go up to the borders. And your picture's gonna look really, really dynamic. It's really gonna sing when you get all that in there, right? So don't worry if it's not perfect. Just make sure the colors meet, right? Because it's okay if you have a color here and it meets up with the blue. That's fine, because our eye is still gonna be able to tell that this is Sonic and this is Sonic's borders. Let me give you another tip also. You don't have to leave your white sections completely white. You can actually choose a color close to white to represent your white as well. You don't have to just work with stark white. Now, because the paper's already there, you can use your whitest white as like your highlight if you want to have some of that in. I'm looking at this and it looks like you might be using what? a watercolor or maybe some kind of acrylic. And he's like, no, it's charcoal, JC. You can't tell it's charcoal? Charcoal was one of my favorite traditional media to work with. Acrylic? Yeah, there you go. Very nice. All right, Tass, let's see what you got for me. Oh, isn't this Five Nights at Freddy's? And you're worried about it looking flat? It doesn't really look flat at all. It looks like, you know, clean, sort of like, you know, trying to think of the word. It's just like really presentable, clean, sort of like commercial art, right? Like promotional art, promo art, stuff like that. Because the sections that do have some volume to them, you are applying that volume, right? Like I'll give you a tip though. So you see how you have this like nice line of light going through the center of your surfaces, which is telling us, okay, this is a like rounded surface because of the way that the light is centered toward this part. There's two things that are going to make that feel flat. One, it's going to be when there is no sort of like shadow on the edges, because you've got this sort of like soft gradation blend, right? So I'll show you directly. So you see how you have this nice sort of like gradation and blend out from your lighting, right? You're gonna get more of a feeling of a shadow here, or I guess roundness, if you also come in here, and I need to change this brush. I just realized that this brush is like doing some crazy stuff. Okay, you're gonna get more of a 3D read on the transition if you hit the edges of this with, that's right, your shadow. See that? See how now this starts to take on a little bit more of a three-dimensional shape because you've continued what you started, essentially. What you started was this nice sort of like rounded form with the lighting going down the center of it. So that's telling us this is sort of like the part closest to the light source, right? So then as you roll away from that light source, there's going to be fall off, right? And so as you have that fall off, you go ahead and you illustrate that in. And what that does is that tells our eye, okay, there's a full sort of like rounded shape here, right? And that's going to keep you from feeling flat. Same when it comes to your shadows. If you're going to have that sort of like rounded lighting in your light, it also has to be in your shadows. So as we transition into this darker, value, what we want in there is we want to bring in that color, essentially. We still want to bring in that same color even into our shadows because it's going to be a little reflective. That lighting is still going to be in there, right? And so that keeps your shadow from flattening out what you've done. And all I did was take the base color here and I turned that into your highlight, because your highlight's obviously going to be brighter, right, when it's out in the direct light. But when we get into the shadow here, you can use your base color here as kind of like your light, right? That's something that I like to do a lot. And then, of course, with your shadows, right, then you're just considering your deepest and your darkest shadows, right? That's it. And then that's going to keep you from feeling like flat. Because look, you did it here. You did it here in the hair, right? And you even did it here on this overall whole form. Because when you look at this head is like a rounded spherical shape, right? Exactly. Okay, we got some ads going. After ads, chat, those of you who are not seeing the ads, we're going to wrap up stream. Of course, Divine. We're already running over time, Draco. So what we'll do is we'll actually look at that animation at the start of the stream before we get into Kira's colors, because Kira is the only thing I have to do after this. So we'll actually start the stream off looking at that versus trying to cram it in here at the end, because yeah, it's already late and it's time for me to hop off. Time for me to hop off. Yeah, I've been drawing glitter this whole time. Well, specifically, I've been placing glitter this whole time and deciding what I want to keep and what I don't. You know.
I draw my glitter,
Yeah, you know. Hey, at least we got through the lightning really fast. That took like 20 minutes. Yeah, welcome back from ads. Okay. But yeah, you got the point. You got the gist of it. And easy enough for you to do. Okay, chat. So we're going to get ready to wrap up here because yeah, like I said, I gotta get ready to eat. But I think I can be pretty happy with this as far as like what they were looking for. But chat, I want to thank you all for being here in the stream with me. Thank you so much for all the subs, donos, darly dudes, bits, hosts, raids, and follows. I deeply appreciate you because without you guys, I'd be just some old man sitting here talking about how much I hate Sword Art Online, right? Okay, tomorrow we'll be doing the last of the 4 for their I guess for their special effects stuff. And that will be with Kira. Kira will be the last one, chat. So I'm gonna go ahead and save this. And we'll save this as 4. Right. So it's just it's just it and it's in a Gaussian blur. That's it. That's what's there. No, because sometimes when you're dealing with the blending option, it's going to give you a completely different look. Like the outer glow, it's going to give you sort of like that radius halo or a solid one, depending on how you change it. But sometimes I don't want that. Sometimes I want them to be layered directly on top of one another so that when... Okay, but it still creates the same problem that there's a hollow inside, right? And I don't want it to be hollow on the inside for some parts. So sometimes outer glow, like the lightning, that's what I did. I did an outer glow for the lightning and we got through that. But sometimes I don't want to use an outer glow or an inner glow. Sometimes I just want to duplicate the layer. All right, I was plugging this in. The whole thing is done. Okay. Let's do that, chat. Let's plug this in to the picture where all the rest of these things are, and I keep thinking I have to switch. I don't have to switch over. I'm in Photoshop. Oh. Don't need this. Whew. Okay. Goodness gracious. Thank you, chat, for entertaining me with you guys squabbling about anime and a whole bunch of other stuff today. Hopefully you guys will still be friends in the next stream. Like, no, it's too serious. It's too serious, huh? It's ruined. Friendship's ruined. It's all over but the crying now. That's tough. That's really tough, guys. Okay, I want to do this. One more group. We'll call it big group. New Ren. Okay, chat. Let me see where I'm gonna send you guys. Y'all going. Let's see. I think I'll send you guys to Poku tonight because I sent you to Charmy like 2 or 3 times in a row. I think tonight I'll send you guys to Poku. And you can have some really upbeat, adorable energy, I guess. Okay, chat. You're on your way to Poku stream. Spam emotes if you got them. Send us some love from the Overlord. All that good stuff, chat. Yeah, great job today, everybody. That's it. Don't go cave diving. Don't go cave exploring. Don't go get lost in a cave and die in a cave because there's nothing worth dying in a cave for. It's just rocks and water. And don't go get lost in the wilderness as well, chat. Especially if you can avoid it. Just don't go into the wilderness by yourself. It's just not worth it, right? If you can avoid it. And stay out of trouble on Twitter. Well, you don't get any Twitter slap fights. It's not worth it. You will lose everything and you will gain absolutely nothing. I promise you. It's the most worthless thing you can do with your time. Okay? Okay. All right, chat. We're off the Poku stream. Yay! And I will see you guys in the next one, which will most likely be tomorrow. Okay? All right, chat. That's it. I'm out of here. Take care of yourselves and each other. I'm going to eat. Longest stream yet. Wow, I'm really doing it. Okay. Bye, chat.
Pineapple. Without the spice. Outshine. Snacking made easy.
or because someone has someone knows me and they wanted to vouch for me to take the spot to do that job. Yeah, when I tell you guys to always be drawing and improving your work, improving your fundamentals and all that stuff, I really mean it. Like you do that stuff and keep your socials up to date with your newest works. That's your calling card. That's the way that you're going to be advertising to people out there. Hey, Rat Queen. I worry that my socials may be a little unhinged. That's okay. If your socials are like out there, you got a lot of crazy, whatever on there. Just think about it this way, right? There's two ways to run your socials. You can run them in a very sort of like neutral and professional and safe for work manner, or you can just be yourself, and then the people that come to work with you, they're going to be well aware of who you are. So you're not really going to have to worry about whether or not any of your normal tendencies or anything are going to be too much for them to want to work with. They're already going to have kind of a little vertical slice of the kinds of things that you're into or how you kind of get down with some things, right? So both of them are viable, and they both come with pros and cons, right? What a lot of people do is they tend to have a public social media, and then they have a private one, or they have a separate one that is not affiliated, not associated, and they just do whatever. So a great example of this are artists that have a safe for work and a not safe for work Twitter, as an example, right? They look professional and everything like that on their safe for work one. They're posting things that are basically family friendly, that are open, you don't have to worry about it. And then all their problematic gooner content or whatever else they got going on, they post it on the not safe for work one. There's tons of artists that do this. Now, in return, that strategy can sometimes unexpectedly come back to get you in weird ways, because you build a name for yourself on the not safe for work one, and eventually they're going to find you on the safe for work one, and then they're going to start talking about the stuff you do on the other account on your safe for work one, because some of these people are not very socially adjusted, and on the one hand they're free in that way, and that they don't really care. They think there's nothing wrong with talking about your sopping wet body parts and everything else in public in very crude language with no finesse. And technically they're right. I mean, to be cringe is to be free, right? Being yourself. But on the other hand, there goes your attempts to keep your other side like nice and squeaky clean and presentable for potential squeaky clean employees or employers, right? And it be like that sometimes. Hey, Phil Winter. What's up, Peter? I haven't updated my socials in a while. Yeah, you're grinding though, right? And you can always share the stuff that you're learning in bits and pieces too. People always love an underdog story. They love seeing you develop your work and become stronger. People love that stuff. I'm too lazy to post my art on social media. Okay. 2 profiles, that's too much. I keep it professional on my public accounts. Discord is my naughty little secret. Yeah, that's fine too. Right. Actually, that's pretty similar to just having a private account as well, because it's just not out in the open, Hey, D2K, what's up, man? So you recommend separating your content? it's a strat you can use. Do I separate my content? Absolutely not. But there is an asterisk next to that. The majority of the not safe for work stuff that I'll end up doing, it's gonna be Patreon content specifically. When I start drawing, all those, lewd pictures or whatever that I'm gonna do, pinups and all that stuff's gonna go specifically on the Patreon, but I will still advertise it on my socials. So I'm just basically going to set up a platform for people to be able to go see that stuff, and then I can, get something out of it as well. You want to see it? It's there. All you need is like $5 dues, I think is what I got set up for it. So that's another way you can separate it. You can, make all the other stuff like, oh, this is great. And then it's like, hey, you like that? Then, pull them over to the back alley, and then you open up the jacket and show them the illegal wares, right? Not that it's illegal or anything, but like, hey kid. Actually, no, I'm going to stop with this example. So what, Double John says, what level of polish do you need to post things like clean line art, sketches at least? Really, you can do anything. That's kind of the neat thing about it, right? You get to decide how you want to run your socials. So if you want to share everything, you can share everything. If you want to mainly just focus on posting up maybe a whip of what's going on and then the final work, you can do that too, right? You just got to kind of decide what's going to be your go-to for how you want to do it. The way I like to do things, or the way I want to try to continue to do things, is I want to post up sketches. I want to post up finished works. And I want to post up animations, right? And I want those three things to, the posting format, I want it to be very recognizable so you can immediately tell, like, oh, okay, that's one of JC's sketch posts, or that's one of JC's, full art post or whatever. Right? And I try to at least figure out a system of just doing that so that it's like a consistent posting like format. But you don't have to even think about that. You can just post. You can just say, hey, here's an OC that I drew, and then that's all that you type, and then you just post the art, and then you're good. I should hide my pinups? No, you don't have to hide those. Pinups are never really gonna disqualify you from working with anybody unless the pinup is just like fully nude and there's like fluids flying everywhere, right? TM. Max says, when I was able to watch Phil Tomato's art stream, I remember him saying that he was offered jobs, but the companies wanted him to take down his not safe for work Gooner stuff off of his IG, so he turned them down. So yeah, this is the reality of what comes with the other side, right? So remember how we talked about both sides have their pros and cons? So the con to having all of your stuff in one place is you might be faced with a position where someone's going to offer you a job, but they, in order for them to put you in the position of that job, in an official capacity, so they can shout you out, link people to go check out your stuff, get people to see, hey, this is the person that we got, this is the artist, this is the work and everything, and give you your proper due. They need you to clean your place up a little bit, right? They're literally the Max meme where he walks in, he's like, dang, girl, you live like this? Like, they need you to clean your place up a little bit. And if you like the way that your place is, then yeah, you turn jobs like that down. But that does limit your opportunities. Just understand, it is going to limit you from being able to work with companies and work jobs where they specifically want to try and keep more of a cleaner, professional like image, right? Doesn't have to be perfect, right? Doesn't mean you can't swear or something like that. But yeah, all your Gooner content, you might have to take some of that stuff down. The wall scrolls might have to come off the wall for a little while. And then, of course, that's on you to decide if that is a deal breaker or not, right? So something to consider, something to 100% consider when you think about how you want to manage your socials. Hey, what's up, Donnelly? Hey, kid is wild, yeah. Exactly. They'll hit you with the we don't want to associate ourselves with the kind of person. And they do that specifically because these days, you know, with how quickly things can blow up online, they don't want any trouble, right? Which is also why, by the way, I do jokingly but also seriously tell you guys at the end of every stream to stay out of trouble online, huh? Yeah, just stay out of trouble, will you? You get into some weird internet drama and they see that. They see that stuff and they're like, yeah, as nice as their work is, I don't think we want to deal with this person. This person, they're a habitual line stepper, or they're always starting some kind of drama with somebody, or they're always fighting, or they don't get along with people, blah blah blah. They're stealing art. They say problematic things, right? They see that stuff and then they just quietly slink away. They won't ever talk to you. They won't tell you, hey, we'd like to work with you, but like we have concerns with these things. They're not going to do any of that. They're just going to pass you up and they're going to move on to the next person on their consideration list. Don't let that happen to you, because it happens to people all the time. I've been in the know of finding out, like, oh yeah, we ended up passing on this person because of A, B, and C. And I'm like, oh, is really, you guys passed on them for that? Matter of fact, if you guys are ever in stream, when we get to have Jay Axer in here, he'll tell you all kinds of stories about the things that can get you soft blacklisted or blacklisted in general. From being able to work on certain projects or certain games. They really don't play with that potential PR disaster, right? They're not going to put themselves at risk for you. There's millions of people and there's hundreds of thousands of really good artists out there, right? If they can't get you, they'll get somebody else. But you don't want to miss your turn, And it's sad how many people end up missing their turn because of some foolishness, Now, that's not to scare you, because again, you got to be doing something stupid or, outrageous for them to just kind of pass on you, right? You posting up that you like, big booty Latinas or something is not going to make the company pass you up. I don't know anybody that's lost a job for that, to my knowledge, but if you're out there, saying some really problematic stuff, or if you're in the middle of a controversy where you got caught doing some heinous stuff or something, yep, you can just go ahead and hang it up as far as like anybody wanting to associate with or work with you, because you're just not worth the effort. Yeah, don't go out there and do anything stupid. I can't help you. I'm just gonna laugh at you. I'm just letting you know, Chad. If I catch you guys in some kind of drama, I'm just gonna laugh at you, right? I mean, you can still hang out in the chat. I'm just know I'll just laugh at you, right? What's up, Tech Mage? Some artists use a completely different alias and draw their adults art in completely different art style to avoid that issue. Yeah, that's essentially the double life thing, where you have another account that's completely divorced and separate from your own. But just understand, some people will figure you out, right? The internet is really good at figuring this stuff out, and eventually they will figure you out. There's going to be some kind of tell. And they're going to be like, oh, I know who this is. Wait a minute, aren't you? And then they start linking to all of the, the flapjack booties you've been drawing and everything else. And he's like, uh-oh, busted. Yeah, just understand, they will eventually figure you out. But whether or not people will just go and be, socially maladjusted on your not safe for, or your safe for work accounts, that's not always the case. But it does happen. More often than not, somebody will recognize you. And some of these people out here just do not know how to speak with any kind of subtlety. I'm telling you, man. That is the one thing the not safe for work community just cannot do. They cannot speak with subtlety. They will just come up and just start talking weird to you like all day. They're nice people. They're just gonna get in your face and be weird. That's all. Hey, what's up, Sanchez? I may have to delete my YouTube. I'm so paranoid by this stuff. What's on your YouTube that's gonna keep you from getting a job? What are you doing on your YouTube? Actually, I don't even know what you could do on YouTube that would keep you from getting a job. Unless you got some problematic views or something like that. Are you making some real bold political statements or something on your YouTube? Like, oh, that's another thing. Stay as far away from politics as you can, guys. I beg you. I beg you, please. Stay away from politics. If you ever want to do any kind of work and you don't want any trouble, please stay away from politics. I'm telling you, number one, it's not even worth it in the first place. Devoting even an iota of your time to politics is a zero-sum gain. Like you just completely lose if you spend any time on anything political when you don't have to. Please don't. I beg. You laugh at me regardless and not even in drama? No, it's just so funny. I don't know what to tell you. Not always intentionally, but still good. It's still good. But JC, I love drama. Well, I don't know what to tell you. Except live your best life, man. Life's too short for you not to do the things you enjoy. What you working on today, Sanchez? My pickup lines and swearing at video games? Okay, that's fine. That's like 80-90% of video game review channels out there. You're fine. It really isn't that dire, guys. Like, we're talking about extreme examples here, right? Because I'm going to take you a step further, right? Companies or people you don't want to work with are the hypersensitive, overly socially conscious. You don't want to work with these people. I'm telling you, you're going to end up working with them no matter what, but it is going to be a massive pain in the butt if you are, even remotely a normal functioning person. Because there's going to be some stuff that you're just going to have to avoid doing and saying. And it's not even like, very obvious things either. And just be aware of some of these people, man. They are insufferable out there. You do not want to work with them. It ain't worth the dollary dues that they're trying to give you. I say, but I have a price always. I always have a price. I can fit in where I need to get in, but like